what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now, what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able
We now need to get started. All the panelists are in the room. We will have the safety brief. Mr. Mwangi, please.
Security Manager Nairobi Serena Hotel. On behalf of management, I would welcome all of you within the hotel, and I believe you'll have a good session today. Before we start, for the safety brief in regard to any evacuation, we have an authorized siren sound. If you happen to hear it today when you are in here, please walk out using the 2 doors provided. Get out of the hotel and move across the road. That is our assembly point. If you happen to be on the lower side of the hotel around Maghreb area and the swimming pool area, move to the garden just next, and you'll be guided on your way out to the assembly point. If the danger comes from the front of the hotel when you're here, please use the 2 doors provided behind us or in front of you, and you'll be guided by our hotel staff on how to exit the hotel using the rear gate. We don't intend to do any drill, so if you happen to hear it today, please walk out of the room. For security of this room, anything which can fit into your pocket when stepping out, please step out with it. All the other items, leave them behind in this room. We have our security personnel and banqueting personnel. They will be here. When you are out, they will get in to make sure that all your items are safe. In an event of incidents of sickness, we have our hotel nurse who manages the hotel clinic. If you happen to be unwell, please contact the reception area, and you'll be guided where to see the nurse, and you'll be assisted accordingly. We also have a doctor on call 24 hours. So for any emergency beyond the nurse, a doctor will be available for you. If you are a resident with us, that is, you are staying in the room in the hotel, we do advise you, please, or encourage you to use the safety box provided in your room for purpose of storing your valuables. Other domestics, if you walk out of that room, right at the center here, the washrooms. Lunch, you will be at the Maghreb area. You'll be guided into that area by the staff, the banqueting staff. Karibuni sana, and I hope you have a good session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very comprehensive. And again, just to add, May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. The theme is anxiety, and again, simple tools that can help us ensure that we take care of our own mental health spaces and those that we interact with, because we spend a lot of time in the office, to think twice, to listen twice, to look twice, and to speak once, and only to speak words that are uplifting so that we don't aggravate any matters that are already happening in one's mental health, and to ensure that even what we communicate via social media, via emails, are words of encouragement, empathy, and not anything that then destabilizes our mental health wellness, because process safety cannot be executed aptly if our minds are not in good spaces. So welcome to day 2. I am not going to try and summarize yesterday. I think David did a very good job yesterday in terms of how he closed off. And for those who weren't here, there's only so much we can do for you. We hope that you will make sense of the recording that we will share. It's not a full recording, it's snippets of it. And we hope that today you will also get to hear the quality content that we have lined up for you from various aspects in the roundtable, starting with this first one. This matter came out a lot yesterday, financing opportunities for clean energy projects in Africa. And we have the pleasure of having, again, Martin Kimani, he's the Managing Director of MGAS. If you could please come over to the podium. We have Bernard from our sponsor, Platinum sponsor, a round of applause, Stanbic Bank. And we have Gerald Joge, pronounced it correctly, and Augusta from Pesapal. A round of applause. So Matters Money came up for conversation yesterday, and obviously so because they're very central to Matters access, Matters affordability, Matters investment, as a matter of fact. So I think there's a mic that is on. So as we did yesterday, I will start off the first minute with submissions from yourselves on what finance means to you and what opportunities for clean energy projects look like in summary, because we are then going to delve into the details thereafter. And we have such a good diverse panel, so I'm sure we'll get the best out of this. So I will start with you, Augusto. What does financing look like to you? Summary, why are you interested in it? Where do you come in as a Pesapal?
So, financing to me, first of all, as a business owner and as a service provider in the industry, comes from timely access to money when you need it for business operations. Our focus as Pesapal has been, one, to help businesses to manage their current investment and then to help them on their digital journey. So there's payments, there's what we've put in the market is payment solutions, solutions around loyalty, solutions around ensuring very few leakages in our daily operations. And then as we move into the future of clean energy, providing infrastructure to help both the upstream provider and the consumers manage what they're buying.
Thank you very much. Very good summary. Martin.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. When you talk about finances, I think yesterday we went through the whole journey of the challenges or the hindrances that are slowing down or stopping the penetration or the growth of clean cooking in this country and in the region. And I did highlight that the biggest challenge in the past was that of supply chain and the availability of LPG, especially when you're talking about the clean cooking in this case. But that has been well addressed. A lot of plans are in place to even make it better. I did mention about the new jetty at the port in Mombasa for the purpose of Kenya, which speaks into the expansion possibilities of import facilities at the coast. I am aware of a similar development, not very much jetty related, but storage facilities that are ongoing in our neighboring country, Tanzania. So that has been dealt with, it's being dealt with, and it's okay. It has helped accessibility to improve. Now, the current obstacle still sits at affordability at the household level. And I am using the word affordability a little bit cautiously, because today, households are still able to spend $1 every day to cook or to buy fuels to cook. The only challenge is the only fuels that they can be able to access with under $1 a day are dirty alternatives. This is because the clean alternatives have then not been made accessible in tiny bits. If you look at charcoal, if you look at paraffin, it's offered in tiny bits. You know, the traders are able to break it down. And they do this very well, and they make a lot of money because households are cooking daily. In my case, we have now been able to mirror the same, where we can offer a clean alternative, but allow the household to still use the same amount and actually cheaper, half of that. So it's not affordability as Wanjiko emphasized yesterday. It's a question of being able to break it down into a daily spend. What that comes with is a lot of financial requirements, because for me as MGAS to be able to do that, I have had to invest heavily on infrastructure that is technology. I have to use technology to make LPG accessible on a daily basis to households. Now that is a huge ton of technology investment because we are using NB-IoT. It doesn't come cheap. It's new technology relatively, and it's high to maintain, it's high to implement from day one. So that requires a lot of upfront spending from our end as MGAS. Second, like I mentioned, because you have to have a personal, very intimate relationship with your customers, it means we have again to lay another infrastructure for the last mile, because you have to go into the homes every time, institute or install your technology devices and the other accessories, meaning you need to have a lot of people moving and you need to have a lot of mobile units on the road. That's again another heavy requirement in terms of financing. Third and last for now is for us to help families and households access on a daily basis LPG without upfront spend like has been done traditionally. It means I have to put in a cylinder in the homes, and I can't put a very tiny cylinder because again you have to keep going to change it. So again you have more cost of logistics. So we put substantially big cylinders. You're talking about 13 kilos. So you can do your mental math quickly. Putting in every home 13 kilos, we know the cost of that cylinder, the cost of the metal. That cylinder is full of gas. We know the cost of 13 kilos of gas. Put in a smart meter in the home and leave a 2-burner cooker to complete the whole kit. If you have to do a mental math quickly, you can see the amount that we leave in a home after every visit, and that comes with every conversion. So that again is huge upfront spend to make this possible. Again, financial requirements sit in there.
Very well said, and a very interesting dynamic, huh? Because I hear you saying you are actually helping household manage their clean cooking financing, but at the same time you're having to finance your innovation to then facilitate that undertaking, because you're intimately involved in your customers' household budget, as it were. Thank you very much. Stanbic Bank, Bernard. I mean, you're really the money guy here.
Yeah, thanks, Jiko. And yeah, I think from, and I'll speak from now a commercial bank, because I mean, as a business, first, our business exists because we have clients. So our clients are the ones who ideally would dictate the direction that our financing will go. And secondly, as an institution also, we are very much awake to the 17 UN SDG goals, and specifically, I mean, the ones on the climate action, and also access to clean energy. So in our journey and in terms of us, channeling available financing, there are two key considerations that will always guide us. So first, which clients are we supporting? That's the starting point. And then now the ESG aspect of whatever project we are putting our money into is very critical. And then also making sure that we are also supporting at least one or two of the UN SDGs. And so going further on, there's always a question on bankability. if it's a project, and here I'm talking generally across all types of technologies in energy. It's not just for gas, so it can cut across whether it's a client who is supporting homes with solar home systems for solar, or anyone who is supporting development of, say, renewable energy that is to be sold to the national utility. So the bankability is a key aspect for us, given that our business is financial intermediation. We trade with other people's money, so we have to take very high responsibility on where our money gets allocated. And that with studying also, we also try as much as possible through our other arms of business. We have a foundation that would ideally support the not-for-profit activities within the bank, and that's also an aspect that we try to make sure that we are meeting some of the social requirements, especially with accessibility to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enabling capital, Gerald, tell us.
Thank you, Wajiko. So let me start by introducing our fund. It's called Spark Plus Africa Fund. It's one of the first impact focused funds that exclusively invest in clean cooking technologies in sub-Saharan Africa. So basically we are looking to invest anywhere between 500K to $7 million. And the fund was launched last year, and it's backed by African Development Bank, European Commission, and other DFIs, as well as commercial pension funds and other investors. So our focus is mostly to sort of like encourage businesses and invest in technologies within the clean cooking value chain. And this includes manufacturing companies, those are product companies, technology companies. Martin talked about smart metering and so on, as well as access to finance companies like microfinance banks, which are looking at clean cooking technologies to finance, let's say, the case of, let's say, biogas and other types of technologies. And we also look at the various sort of fuels. So there's LPG, there's biogas, there's improved biomass and bioethanol, the likes of cocoa networks and stuff. So our mandate is broad, and we have flexibility in terms of how we can structure those instruments, be it short-term working capital facilities for sort of more inventory financing for businesses, as well as more longer-term patient capital, up to 7 years, in the form of mezzanine, quasi-equity sort of instruments. Yeah.
Very interesting. We'll come back to you on your role, particularly in communities, and how communities in Africa are structured, whether they can actually access directly the capital that aside for investment in clean cooking technologies. Augusta, I just wanted to find out from you, PESAPAL, how do your financing or payment systems then make financing efficient or payment efficient? And how does it then, enable companies to save? Because saving processes, efficiency helps save money. Could you just break that down for us? And also in terms of the customer, is there a benefit that comes from the technology or the system that you have at PESAPAL?
So what we continue seeing in the market, and the reason why we have built our business around a strategy that looks at different market segments, is when you look at the main market segments or the big market segments, you continue seeing common problems. And one of the most common problems is when business people are acquiring IT or technology solutions, usually they are buying from very sophisticated technology providers who will always convince them that the solution that is being sold is the best solution at the right price. Okay? So one of the things from his conversation I admire the fact that as a business, they've gone ahead, set up infrastructure, now they're looking at the last mile. But we continue finding opportunities in the market whereby, or situations in the market whereby you're told this can't happen, and it was because one monopoly provider in that segment just refused to support the industry. I'll give you some examples. We're very good in hospitality right now. We are an Oracle hospitality partners. Serena Hotels is one of our customers. When we came into this segment, we were told you cannot integrate M-Pesa or card payments into the system that's being used by the hotel. When we reach out to the technology owners, it was a very different conversation. Case number 2, when you look at the petroleum industry and the infrastructure around forecourt management and all this digitization, when we came into the segment, I remember we set up a whole petrol station in the office, a lab, and everyone thought we were crazy. And then when we started, we went and bought, and I'll mention names, it's okay. We went and bought a forecourt controller from a company called Dover Financial Services. When we said, can we get the connectivity so that we can make this thing talk to other things, mobile money in this case, we were told we need to pay over $100,000 to get access to the software. So we went, looked around, because there can't be only one provider for this solution in the whole world. And we're deploying a solution that is way cheaper and way more efficient. So our role and how we see this segment and other segments we are working in is there's opportunity for organizations such as his, for the capital owners, I'll leave out the banks for now, to be able to work with now your brothers in technology, the IT guys, to help you look at different options. Otherwise, your cost or your capex in rolling out any solution will really, really kill your bottom line. And then when it comes to clean energy, gas distribution and all that stuff, I see an opportunity, or a long-term opportunity, and I don't know who will take it up, to partner with the people who are putting up buildings to make sure the buildings compliant with what you would need to distribute gas through a centralized system. The capex is high. Okay, but then it's something that someone has to do, whether you start with upper income neighborhoods or something like that. I'm always worried about everyone in our markets starting with the poorest people, when there's clearly money in the middle and upper segments of the market. For the banks, my experience with banks has been they come to the table last, when everything is proven. So what we've done with banks is we give you a view into what is going on, a real-time view. If you've lent a petrol station, if you've lent a hotel, if you've lent a restaurant, we can be able to show you that here is a real-time view into what is going on, what is being dispensed, how many mandazis are being sold, and that's our role in the market.
Round of applause. There's a lot that we didn't know, now we know. Thank you very much, and a very interesting model of freeing investors' cash flow so that they can put their money where their core business is. Absolutely. Banks, very interesting, yeah. We all have experience, they come last. I wonder how you're able to prove everything before, it's normally an idea. So Martin, I have two questions for you. You just try and tie them in together if you can. One, the challenges that you face now that we know at what point banks come in, with what was really, can I say, an out-of-the-box model. Never mind that, of course, you're leveraging on mobile phone technology or the Internet of Things. So that's the first one, to convince persons who enabled your access to capital. And second, if really you can see an ease of or sustained conversion of the populace that are already using now the gas, once they sample it from the small enabling quantities that are affordable.
Okay, Wanjiku, in terms of the challenges, first, like I said yesterday, for us to succeed and create impact, especially at the very low level or lower brackets of the society who are exposed to illnesses, who are exposed to or who are contributing to destruction of the environment. Because like I mentioned earlier, we have so many traders of charcoal. You guys have no idea. It's a big business. So if you do that and convert that into the trees that have to be killed every day, I mean, it's amazing. If we keep doing that daily without a quick intervention, we won't have a country. We will have destroyed our environment completely. So focus is there first, so that then we can create impact by converting those users of charcoal. And as you convert them, to Bernard's point, obviously you are ticking a lot of SDGs, because you're talking about climate action, you're talking about accessing energy, you're talking about health, quite a lot of boxes that we tick through our initiative. Now for us to do that, we had to think outside the box. And the big obstacle, as you have alluded to, Wanjiko, is obviously technology. So we spent a lot of time with Safaricom in Kenya, sitting down and thinking through together how will it work. It had not worked before anywhere else and to this scale. So there was a lot of investment, there was a lot of discussion, there was a lot of innovation together. That was a huge challenge at the beginning stage. That has since been overcome and functioning very well. I would say today we would be probably one of the biggest IoT customers for Safaricom here. And we started through IoT. We improved that. We are now in NB-IoT, and it works fantastic. It's not only working in Nairobi, where we spent the last 1.5 years in, but it is working in places like Limuru. We have operations in Limuru now. We have operations in places like Naivasha now, and working flawless in terms of technology. We are in Nakuru, soon everywhere else in the country. We are in very local and very remote locations like Tegeta in Dar es Salaam, and you have over 40,000 households already there who have no technology challenge. However, it was a challenge at the beginning. There had to be a lot of investment, a lot of conversation, but that has since been overcome. Obviously, the second one is, and I touched on that yesterday, how then do you master last mile efficiency, especially in this cluster of households where you don't have very well marked roads and estates and numbers, etc. That was a challenge at the beginning. Like I said, we overcame it by working with the communities and setting up processes of communication that has slowly been mapped into our ERPs, such that they are always a click away. And we know we have the GPS address. There is what a salesman has to do when they get into a home, and that is uploaded into our system. So as we also do this, we are building a very robust database. So to answer you, Wanjiko, not without challenges, nowhere to go and benchmark what we are doing. It's everything in our room, everything within ourselves, creating new frontiers. That is never easy because you have no reference point. And then you're creating yourself to become a reference point. And this has been confirmed in terms of success. Obviously, deploying a lot of shareholders' capital. Because if I start with Bernard 2-3 years ago, he would not look at me twice. And many other people, because they will have 20 questions. Can this work? How will it work? Today we have very good conversations with partners like Stanbic and other big banks, and they are extremely interested because they still cannot understand how you can convert 400,000 households within a year and everything is working well and you have database. And it seems to us even easier than the riskier avenues some banks are taking through mobile money lending, where the rates of default are quite high. Here you can see the patterns. You can see consumer behavior. Everyone cooks. There is no single reason why someone will not use that gadget and spend the 40 shillings instead to buy charcoal when they have the unit seated there. So again, this confirms the viability of the business model later. But there had to be a lot of challenges to be overcome.
Just one question about the conversion. Do you find that customers who sample the LPG over, say, for example, a month, you know, the 50 shillings with the 100 shillings, that they switch to the full 6 kg or 13 kg sooner than they would have converted with the conventional model, if I would put it that way. Do you have a way of just somehow comparing the state of first quick conversion and sustaining it? Because some people who sample it, as we had yesterday, then they use their gas cylinder for as a table, if particularly there has been deployment of cylinders funded by, say, for example, the governments.
Let me attempt, you tell me if I understood your question correctly. Sustainability after conversion. I think this is the question, Wanjiko. One, and the most interesting bit, which is very good news, is whenever we convert households that were using dirtier alternatives, sustainability is almost guaranteed, because which is what I would want, and I would want to keep targeting more of those, because then this is where the impact is. So that works perfectly well. Any default or any inactivity from such households is informed by other reasons, like small household, only one person in the home who is never there in the house to cook, and when they are in the house, they are buying food instead of cooking. So, but they would still want to have a solution so that when they are relaxing at home with their friends, they can use it. So those are some of the reasons we would see that would warrant us to probably do repossession, because then the utility is not to our expectation. So, and this informs our vetting criteria at the beginning. Now, households that are already using gas, who we call secondary users, would still want our solution, because we don't put a different markup on them or different requirements. So they would still want to get it as free as the rest of the households. But then what you find them doing is then you just give them an extra gas solution. So this then again is not well utilized, because they want to use it when they want more options of cooking in the kitchen. Maybe they have a party or those kind of things, and this is mainly the middle income, or when they cannot go and feel they have some challenges between filling etc. Then they are balancing or they are stacking. They are using all, yes, but then the usage is low. So sustainability is very guaranteed, especially for the primary gas users, which is our main focus and which forms the highest segment within our data. And this again is advised through our expansion strategy. We use government data. Government has very good data through census and all that. That is as detailed as to the forms of fuels being used. So that focuses us to prioritize demographics that are more into dirty alternatives.
Oh, excellent, excellent answer. Well done. The man on the hot seat. So what would you like investors, or how would you like investors to package their models and strategies for increasing LPG, well, not just LPG, clean energy solutions, so that it's easy for you to have a closure, not just to listen to them, but to have a closure for their request, number one. Number two, banks locally are leaving a very big gap, just from our observation, in financing clean technologies within the spaces where they operate, particularly in Africa, and then leaving Africa to the devices of foreigners or foreign banks who then dictate what it is that they are going to fund. And remember, we had a conversation yesterday about the so-called clean cook stoves, which do not provide a solution for Africa. So at what point will you then see the sense in, one, the fact that clean technologies, particularly those that are to do with cooking, because the alternative is to now destroy the 30% of the world's diversity, by the way, that sits in Africa. So there's no conversation about climate action without interventions coming from Africa. We are the only ones who haven't, believe it or not, messed up our biodiversity as much as our developed countries have. So at what point will you see the profit that accrues from that? Not as a not profit, it's a profit for everyone. It's life and death and everything in between. It's actually our last appeal for survival. So could you tell us, answer those two questions in the best way possible on behalf of all the other banks that reside in the continent?
Yeah, thanks, Wajiko. I'll try, although it's never an easy answer coming from bankers. So maybe just to maybe correct the perception that banks come in last. So there's it all depends on the kind of financing structure you are looking at. And I know when we get time, I'll talk to you about the various financing options. So commercial banks will never give you venture capital. So, and maybe that's a perception where commercial banks tend to come in when the concept has kind of been proven and it's bankable. I mean, the word bankability is very important. And I'm repeating this because commercial banks don't have their own money that they trade with customers' deposits. So that's a fact. And also being regulated, there are certain things that your regulator will not let you, put your money into. That's a fact. So, but that said, as financial institutions, when you work, we work with our clients, and our clients, someone like Martin is our client. We'll definitely walk the journey with them. We may not be the ones who give him the seed capital, but he will come with a business model that will be maybe a mixture of debt and capital. We maybe agree with him, maybe for this type of capital, we'll give you this so much debt. We have done that for a number of businesses that are actually in provision of clean energy, where we partner with them, we work with them on certain milestones. We agree with them on some of the sustainability-linked metrics that they have to meet. And then over time, we keep on improving in terms of, the kind of pricing that we are showing them. And I don't need to mention names in this forum, but I know we are known in this market for supporting at least two of the pioneers of solar home systems. And we have walked a journey with them, and we have seen the impact that they're having on individuals. And what is happening is, because they are meeting a very basic need for the clients, so you end up actually, maybe if the first requirement for the client was, say, lighting, you see them actually graduating to other, what we call lifestyle assets. So you may find now someone who was just using lighting now has become, a customer for maybe gas, like the one Martin's company is actually, accessing to the customers. The others who go in and say, the thing that I'm starting with is actually water harvesting. You find a customer has been given a water tank within that pay-as-you-go model. And so what we do within the bank is we give you that financing, but then over time, as you create, remember these businesses will create what we call receivables, because the customers who are being financed maybe put in a small deposit, but then they make payments over a period of time with the goal of owning up that particular asset. So when you have sold, say, a number of receivables, and they have a proven, data-driven, proven performance, we also come in and refinance that for you. So we keep on giving you back your working capital so that you can use that for maybe your pilot products, and also for some of the ventures where the commercial bank would ideally not finance you. I hope I've answered your question.
I'm sure there'll be questions coming from the floor, but thank you very much. Gerald, you can speak to the fact that you're able to sieve or take the risk on behalf of what the commercial banks cannot do, number one. Number two, to be interesting to see whether you are able to finance organized groups, particularly women, because the structure in Africa is that women are generally very organized. I mean, even the gentlemen will agree with that. African women are very organized. We have our chamas, we have our table banking. We somehow get together, finance our social activities for the betterment of our families and our communities, and we are very good savers, and we can put money where our mouth is, literally speaking. So could you speak to that a little bit before we take some questions from the floor?
Thank you, Wanjiku. Let me start with your first question about the nature of our capital, or the kind of risk that we take on businesses, particularly in the clean cooking sector, where you find majority of this business models or businesses there for a long time have been sort of like, let's say, not profitable, or they have been iterating their business model in a way that can be profitable and sustainable. And for the longest, that sector has heavily dependent on like DFI funding, grant funding, venture capital, and I would say that the reason why the fund was brought on board is more to encourage or to act as a catalytic capital for businesses that are sort of like at that tipping point where they're sort of like they have refined their business model, and now they are looking to scale their production. Let me give an example of our first investment was in bun manufacturing, and we have worked with them to provide them with sort of like long-term patient capital in a way that they're able to invest in a lot of capex expenditure for building facilities, production facilities in Kenya and the rest of Africa. And we're also working with more smaller companies, which are sort of like working with the women groups you're talking about. A case in point is Bidhaa Sasa. So Bidhaa Sasa is a last mile distribution companies that does distribution of clean cooking stoves, as well as solar home systems, water equipment, and farm equipment. And their model is based on working with women in groups. So it's a group lending model where they identify sort of through their sort of like a marketing model, they identify groups of between 5 to 10 women who come from the same locality and who sort of like cross guarantee each other. So the products are 100% on credit with zero interest, and we've worked with those companies to help them access sort of like inventory financing from their product companies. So I would say that our funds are very flexible, and our mandate is quite broad in terms of which kind of instruments we can deploy and for which companies within the ecosystem.
Excellent. And please just remember that in the afternoon, we have Tapping into Women in LPG network to increase LPG footprint across Africa. It is really the wearers of the shoe who can tell their story better than anybody else. No offense to the gentlemen, thank you for all the support, but really we need to have the persons who feel the pain at the forefront advocating for the rest who are not able to access the clean cooking solutions and lighting solutions as well. Questions before we do our last panel intervention? Are there any questions that anyone in the house would like to? Yes, please pass the mic. Ooh, yes, so there are two questions. There's Gadi here, and we have a gentleman at the end, the very left table. She's here, right in the center.
Yes, my question is, good morning. My question is to Martin. So I like your model, I must say, very much. But I just want to understand, how do you, in your model, manage, I don't know what you call them in Kenya, but in South Africa we call them rogue fillers, those illicit fillers. And, you know, what challenges do they pose to your business model? And I'm sure they come at a lot of a cost, if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad we are getting those questions coming from the panel, from the participants. We have a question right at the end.
Hi, my name is Gaëtan. I'm part of the PIEA team. We digitize impact-driven products. My question to the panel is what major digitization gaps do you see in your models? And I think Martin talked on some of those that he filled. And related to that is carbon credits, and if you are looking at monetizing your models through carbon credits.
Excellent questions. We can take those first. So the last two questions, I think everyone can have a take on it, but we'll start with you, Martin, on rogue refillers, which I was actually going to ask you. Are there people who hijack and call the customers pretending to be your employees? How do you differentiate and protect the customers from being conned?
Thank you, Wanjiko. One of the big challenges we have in this country, in the LPG sector, and especially through the traditional LPG segment, which I did for quite a lot of years before I transitioned into this space, is illegal refilling. And like we mentioned that yesterday with EPRA here, it first, and Wanjiko here has done a lot. I think that is, he has to do with, he has that topic to deal with every day in her life through PIEA. We've done a lot, we did a lot on that through transitioning into a new legal regime, LN 100, which had envisaged sealing all the loopholes that existed prior. This was done well, watertight way, but as it was highlighted yesterday, there need to be a lot more done on the space of enforcement so that the effectiveness can be felt as envisaged. So it is rampant in this country. Come into our model today, I would dare say that that is a challenge we are not dealing with. Because the difference between my model and the traditional gas selling model is that I have no third-party handlers. In the traditional one, you will drop your branded cylinders into to your dealers, to your gas stations, to your distributors, and then it is out there. Then managing that becomes a little bit difficult if you are not helped by law enforcers. Because once your cylinder leaves your gas station or your distributor shop, you lose control. And if you ask the LPG players in this sector, they will tell you that one of the challenges they are facing in a big way is their rotation, sustaining their rotation. You put in your cylinders, you lose half of it. It's a very rampant and common here. In my model, I have no third-party handlers. I take my cylinder from the refilling plant to my warehouse depot, to the customer. I can be able to see that through technology. I can see when the cylinder is depleting. I go and exchange it when it's about to deplete. So I have a closed system, which I can, on top of that, monitor through technology. Obviously, there will be one or two fraud cases, someone trying to intervene and stealing. It's very easy to pick it, because if I see an M-gas cylinder out there in a shop, even the public will know something is wrong here, because this is not how M-gas deals with their cylinders. So it's very easy. And we even get volunteers who say we have a small shop, we sold 2 cylinders, and that will be communicated to the depot level and dealt with quickly. So it is not a big concern. I don't even have to deal with it. It is completely handled at that level.
Thank you very much. So it also solves the security of the asset, which is fantastic.
Maybe to mention quickly, and then maybe someone else will intervene on the second question, carbon credit, big opportunity. And what even makes it easier for us, we were not aggressively pursuing that because we were busy fine-tuning our concept and making it work fast before we can open opportunities with partners on that. But now, obviously, we are at a very advanced stage to have that done. What makes it easy for us is our data availability. You can be able to see how many conversions have been done daily, monthly, annually, from hot sources of fuel prior. You can be able to see their consumption real time if you want. So even when you sit with the sellers and the partners on that, it's a very, very easy conversation. There is no too many assumptions because data is available. Again, the advantage of technology. And what this presents even as an opportunity for other partners, what makes it easy is everything is a click away. You can see all houses, you can see when they are cooking, how many times they are cooking. Whatever information you need, you play with the data, and it's always very valuable information to anyone looking to partner. And there are various categories of partnerships. Some financiers will come and say, let's just finance the stove capex. Let's help you finance the cylinder capex. Let's finance 2,000 women And to Wanjiko's point, 2,000 women in Kibera, let's mark their accounts. We will be crediting their accounts for them to cook daily. So we have a lot of clustered ways that can be used by anyone who wants to create impact, and very transparently. We've had one organization here in Kenya, and that's how they came. They said, we have some money, we want to give some money to create X impact. How can we partner together? What can we do? And we said, okay, pick some 2,000, a group of 2,000 women, just deal with that, and we'll be printing for you and advising you on the progress within that. So they can follow it through, and within their records, they can be able to measure the impact that they are causing. So all those possibilities are enabled by technology.
Thank you very much. And again, I think you should all stay in for the Women in LPG network. There's a lot that companies can learn on how to plug in to that network. We have a Kenya chapter, so that you're not surprised when you see connections happening in your backyard by another brand. So we can all answer on the issue, yes, on the digitization and also on the carbon credit.
Thanks, Wajiko. Sorry, I just wanted to comment on the question that was asked on digitization and also carbon credit. So, I mean, from banking, so one of the things that I think we definitely would like to see most is, the more the processes for any business are automated, the better the data correction and, the information that then, trackable threads that you can be able to, present even in a business discussion with bankers. That's very important, because at times they say the numbers don't tell a lie. So that's very important. I think that's something that we have seen for a number of industries, including even some of the segments within the agriculture. We have benefited by co-creating certain digital, what I call the digital dashboards that have helped us see how the stocks are moving from one area to another, and then that also gives us the comfort when we are doing any financing on the back of any inventory. I think on the carbon credit trading desk, which will then help you to monetize any carbon credits that either you have been issued with for your registered projects, and also for the instances of people who may want to buy carbon credits. So that also is available as an intermediation. Thank you.
Thanks. I think Bernard touched on the issue of digitization and also Martin. So it's important to sort of like for companies to think about how they can monetize or digitize their processes, not just for data, but also to be more efficient. And we have seen technology transforming a lot of businesses. Point in case, the issue of like smart metering technology that has now enabled sort of like households that could otherwise not have afforded to sort of like buy bulk LPG. They can sort of like have that. Other technologies you have seen is like on gas refilling stations, mini gas refilling stations that some of the companies we are working with are sort of like either piloting or commercially rolling out in various parts of Africa. And this is trying to sort of break that bulk and make that those households transition from using dirty fuels to more cleaner fuels. The other thing is on carbon credits. We are very much keen to work with companies. Most of the companies in the cooking space across various fuels, be it improved biomass, like improved charcoal and firewood stoves, biogas, as well as LPG. Most of them have started to appreciate the importance of incorporating carbon credit into their business models, because it's an additional sort of like income streams that enables the company either to break even quicker or to make the product more affordable. So we have seen examples of companies with, let's say, in the especially biogas sector. An average biogas system would cost, let's say, in Kenyan terms, maybe between 50 to 100,000 shillings. And for most farmers, that amount is very difficult to raise upfront. And you find that the only way they can do that is by providing it on a pay-as-you-go model. And we've seen carbon credits coming in and sort of like helping those product companies to give like subsidies for these products, such that part of the costs is covered by the carbon revenue that the company gets from selling carbon credits. So I think the concept of monetizing carbon credits is very integral in terms of making the clean cooking industry viable and sustainable.
Absolutely, very good point. Augusto.
So my thinking around, and it's a little bit of a contrarian view, my thinking around SDGs, carbon credits, and a lot of these things, this is a personal view, not... We talk about these things when we are near financiers. So if you are talking to IFC, if you're talking to DEG, if you're talking to a VC who got money from IFC, is when we start talking about these things. We don't talk about them on Saturday when you're with your friends.
Okay, that's good. We cannot add anything there. Thanks for the challenge. Yes. Thank you very much. I wanted to mention, I don't know if there are any other questions. Yes, we have a question then. As we take that question, just to mention that in Kenya, the law, rather the standard, we now have the reticulated gas standard. And in fact, the housing projects that have been rolled out by government have taken that as part of the requirements during construction. And we already have, I think, 3 models. There's one I know in Langata and I think one in Thika, and they all are compliant with that requirement for reticulated LPG. As we make provision for the internet lines and what have you, it's the same thing for LPG. Carry on.
Good morning. My question is not particular to the panelists, it's for food for thought for everyone. Wanjiku mentioned about guys sampling gas, LPG for this matter. And I was just wondering, how do we overcome this challenge? Does it mean then that we might be winning the heart and not the mind? All the opposite, the mind and not the heart. When you win the mind, you win the person. When you win the heart, you just praise. This is to mean we make interventions to avail cylinders to the local or the rural population, to women, to the vulnerable. But immediately that the cylinder depletes, they store that cylinder and they won't come back to you again. What interventions can we make to win their heart completely and they convert fully and avoid dirty fuels?
That's a good point. I won't be trying to answer, and I'm sure there'll be answers coming from the panel, but I can tell you that there were studies done by Delberg for East Africa LPG market. Elizabeth and David would be aware, and perhaps also Alison. And the top 3 issues that the households mentioned were the reason why they don't use LPG, or when they convert, then they don't sustain their usability, is security of supply. There is no sustained supply once they run out. And they want that supply 5 kilometers to their residence, which is what the gap that MGAS has filled, more or less filled. But I'll leave it to panelists and any other person on the floor who would like to answer that question on the winning the heart and the mind. I think the other one that we have done consistently, and I was going to ask this as a question to all of you panelists, is education and awareness. And we had a very spirited conversation with Lucy and Veneranda, and we're saying, you know, we must talk about the harmful effects of using charcoal, firewood, and kerosene more than we are discussing the benefits, so that when that harm is tied to the benefit, then it's easy to convert, when you prick the heart. And actually, that's how we got our policymakers convinced, because these deaths are not statistics. They're people, they're Kenyans who actually die. There are stories of Kenyans who can't use their gift of singing because their lungs are scarred for having been exposed to carbon monoxide when they were younger and they got pneumonia, etc., etc. But I'll pass it on to the panelists to react to that comment to the heart and mind and the security of supply or sustaining usability.
Maybe I could quickly chip in because that's a big issue and challenge. First, you have to deal with the whole question of subsidy. You know, what are you subsidizing? And is that subsidizing effective? And I touched that a little bit yesterday, and from the experience of Ghana as well. So, and I know there is a lot of conversations within the current government on how to improve the penetration of clean cooking and LPG particular in Kenya. Now, if you subsidize cylinder and stop there, first of all, that's not an effective model because you will assist the households get the metal into their homes. But in most cases, 70% of the case, it will just be that one-off acquisition, then it becomes furniture. Only a small percentage will then be able to continually refill. Why? Because the challenge is even that upfront amount to refill is already a challenge. So if you want to go all the way, then you subsidize the cylinder full of gas and you keep giving them a way of getting that 1,000 shillings. Because data has shown us that not many households can afford $10 at once when it comes to cooking. They are all talking 50 cents dollar on a daily basis. And this is how we have come in to address that. Obviously, Wanjiku mentioned the other challenge, which is customer education. We have quite a lot of households who still think that cooking with LPG is dangerous or it's elite. It's better to use charcoal because food will be better, etc. In our case, how we are addressing that is a lot of customer education. I mean, I have a team, my training team is almost 20 people who train the salespeople. And one of the key emphasis when we find you at home, because the difference between us and how we are doing it differently is that we are finding you at home. So we have a chance to have a conversation with you, sit down with you in the kitchen, leave you with a brochure that is more or less like a user's manual or guide that is very comprehensive in terms of health benefits, in terms of how to use the gadget and why you should use it and how you should use it in terms of usage. Because most households get into the temptation, because they don't know how to do it, they keep a full flame while cooking. You know, they don't understand that by doing that, your gas is just running, and then you start saying, oh, the solution is expensive. If you train them how to do it correctly, how to even cook their githeri, in this case, in the Kenyan context, because it's a meal that takes a lot of time to cook, and which we keep getting responses like, but it's cheaper to cook githeri with charcoal. It is not. We've done experiments, and we go into the extent of training them and leaving them with a user's guide in their home, in Swahili, in English, in different versions. So this intensified education is what doesn't happen even with the conventional ones where you just go and pick it from the shelf and take it home. So combining that and structuring subsidies in a sustainable way, and this is where again financing opportunities come in. Before you just put in your millions of dollars to buy cylinders, you need to think through the whole model. Will that be effective? Otherwise it becomes like the case Wanjiku mentioned yesterday, where because we think malaria is dangerous, mosquitoes are a menace, we put in a lot of dollars there and it becomes a hula baloo. Recently, I think we are dealing with such a case in Kenya. But then how do you even ensure those nets are being used? So again, the sustainability, the effectiveness of such kind of initiatives, again, becomes a little bit of a challenge. So that's how we would need to do it differently so that we don't waste our resources on metal that will not convert.
Absolutely. For the banks, or both financial institutions, do you fund awareness and education campaigns? Because that was the other area. And even for us as the industry association, I can ask Ayuma, trying to get members, to fund awareness and education campaigns. Gosh, I have to beg, plead, kneel, pull my hair, kiss the floor, they walk. I mean, it is like the really, really, really, really last thing. Yet it really should be the first thing. Do you fund awareness and education?
Yeah, just to answer your question, yeah, so let me talk specifically about Stanbic. So Stanbic, we have Stanbic Foundation, and so our approach is building partnerships and also capacity building. And among the ventures that actually we are undertaking is the one for, bringing that level of awareness to educational institutions to adopt use of LPG. That's an ongoing campaign. And so what we do through the foundation that's funded by the bank and other sources is actually to also make sure that our partnerships are also addressing the real issues that affect the communities in places where we do business. And I think as gentleman from Pesapal said, I think just going back maybe to the whole question of heart and mind, I think it all depends on what you talk about on a day-to-day basis. If you contract people to, make sure that they are addressing issues of ESG as their KPIs, I can tell you that automatically forces them to, to adopt it as a behavior. I think that's actually my KPIs at the bank. I actually have an ESG because I have to make sure that I can demonstrate that even as I'm talking to my clients, we are actually dealing ESG issues. And that now, that's why you hear me talking fondly about, businesses in, all these renewable energies and all that, because I have to demonstrate that over and above talking to my clients, I'm also addressing that aspect. And other aspects, you see ourselves, and I'm specifically talking about Stanbic, you see ourselves getting involved in tree planting. We've done that in Gatudu. Recently, we were actually part of the team that did the ones who use the Lokabete Road. There is paving that is being done for pedestrians. We actually adopted a number of trees along that pathway. So because we just don't want to be talking. We want to demonstrate that we are part and parcel of, the environment and custodians of the environments where we do business.
Excellent. So on Saturdays and when we go home, we'll be talking about use biogas. Let's plant trees so that then we don't, let's encourage use of LPG on Saturday, not when we're talking about financing by IFC. So a very good challenge from Augusta here. Over to you, Gerald.
Yeah. So in the case of our fund, one of the sponsors of the fund is the Clean Cooking Alliance, who is also our technical assistance partner. And one of the things that they do is to help companies and communities to create awareness on the benefits of clean cooking, not just on a cost analysis basis, like cost-benefit analysis, but also for other co-benefits like improved well-being and health care, as well as sort of like gender equality, and even the benefits of sort of like companies sort of like having action plans in terms of climate impacts. We also, as a fund, we have our own sort of like technical assistance facility. And one of the things we are doing is to enlighten or to work with, let's say, microfinance banks, because most of the times you find these MFIs, their level of understanding, or their loan officers, you find have very little understanding of the clean cooking products, or in a way that they can structure it in a loan product and in a sustainable way. So we sort of like work with them to sort of like develop some products and encourage the communication and the messaging so that their customers can really appreciate the use of clean cooking products.
Thank you very much. Do we have any question from the floor, or can we now just do there's a question over there, the last, there are two.
This is just a comment, and I think the point or the question you raised about hearts and minds, I'm thinking about it and I'm finding it very interesting. In Nairobi, I'll talk about my household. We use gas for most of the cooking. When we're doing githeri, we use a jiko. When I go to my mother's house, there's the tea that comes from my mother's house. It has a smoke. You guys know.
In Kenya, there is a safe cylinder that's available for the person who wants to procure their cooking energy, because we've agreed we all cook and we'll all use some form of energy. Is that form of energy that is available at the point of purchase LPG? Is it, of course, biogas, is it ethanol? Is it all the other clean cooking solutions that we have learnt about, or at least heard about in this forum? But maybe I can leave it to the panelists to also have their say on it.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. One of the companies we are looking at, they're based in South Africa. They have actually, they're sort of like trying to crack that concept that we are discussing in terms of, is it possible to sort of have like refilling stations in our neighborhood, the same way we have neighborhood stores like supermarkets that are within our neighborhood, and in a way that I can come with my cylinder, refill for 100 shillings. Of course, that saves the cost of, let's say, MGAS, instead of them incurring the logistic costs of exchanging cylinders for their customers. We can have the refilling stations closer to the neighborhoods where these people live, and then based on how much they can afford, they can come and refill. And they're already doing that. And of course, there has to be regulation and things to do with health and safety. And I think it's something that it's worth rethinking and exploring, and in terms of the technology and the viability. But it's already being tried and tested, and could prove to be another solution similar to the one that MGAS has.
Two different solutions, and I can see Elizabeth, who I would like to speak to. The cylinder, at least in our jurisdiction, has to be owned by the brand owner. You know, it's like this bottle of water. I am not a techie, I'm sure none of you are, in water quality, but I trust that Aquamist, who are the owners of this brand of water, have done the requisite safety checks, and it's safe for human consumption. So I will not go and refill this at any water point. I will return. Actually, these bottles will be collected by the establishment, and they will be taken back to Aquamist, their supplier. And the same thing for gas cylinders, because then in Kenya, they have to go through a rigorous check even before refill, never mind that they may not even require revalidation. But there's also the responsibility of revalidation, which takes place after every 8 years, and it's got to be embossed and clear to the customer that this is a cylinder that has met the necessary specifications. So in that model, we are giving work to a customer who doesn't even understand anything about LPG, cylinder, and everything in between. So perhaps, Elizabeth, just don't go for 10 years giving us this lecture, but you can have 3 minutes. she's already got the microphone. Please I'm sure she's going, no, calm down and just give us your words of wisdom in this, because we have done it for a long time, and these are some of the problems that Ghana is facing. And I know you have a lot to say about it, but just keep it brief, please.
Thank you. I'll try and calm down, because we need lessons. As I'm talking, I have 30 years of experience in gas business. The first 20 in BOC gases, first 10 in industrial gases and medical gases, the last 10 in BOC, or the last 7 in LPG, before I moved to National Oil Corporation and several other companies. And now I consult with an organization called the Global LPG Partnership, and we work closely with the World LPGA. I'm giving that background because we have learned a lot of lessons from the world about how LPG business is done, and what is done safely and consistently for a business and for LPG consumption to grow in the country in a safe manner. Our Jiko tells me not to talk too much, so I'll just go very, very quickly about what he has question about Ghana, about partial filling. And there are several countries that do partial filling in Africa. Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, they have what they call hybrid, and part of South Africa has that hybrid, and it is very, very appealing. It's very, it looks very attractive. I go with my cylinder and I feel half a kilo, 1 kilo, and so on. And it's been tried in Kenya by a company known as PIEA Gas. It didn't grow because of safety concerns. But let me just give an example of Ghana, and you can go and look it up. people, and as I'm saying this, I know they're in transition, so it is not a practice that actually continues. So people go with their empty cylinder and queue at the filling station. And you can imagine when there's a shortage, people are queuing. My house girl with her small baby, queuing waiting for gas. And accidents have happened. Between 2007 and 2017, when the Ghana government decided to change the model, they had queued about 250 people. Without talking about the people who were injured, the property that was damaged, and so on. And when I started selling LPG, we were looking at Ghana as a model of countries that are selling a lot of LPG. Today, Kenya has overtaken Ghana. Without any subsidies, without any free cylinders. Yeah? So we really need to learn the lessons that have been done by other countries. South Africa, they have the model that you're talking about. I've met the guys who are driving it. I don't want to mention their names because I might look like I'm talking against them. But when I look at the South African per capita consumption, and I was telling that to the MD of LPG yesterday, the per capita consumption in South Africa is going down. We have also overtaken them in Kenya. And we don't have a refinery. We have had supply issues. So the financials, before you finance that model, please talk to me, even if it is pro bono. Please talk to me before, because it is not a sustainable model. And I know they have gone to the neighboring countries. As I say, it is very, very appealing. You know, it's like, I don't know what sort of example to give about something that is so appealing. You know, it's like the devil. Please forgive me. When I was learning catechism, we were told about the devil tells you, this is nice, it's going to make you feel good. And you actually see it, it's going to make you feel good. And you do it and you feel good. But the aftermath, the aftertaste, it is something I would not like Kenya to get into whatsoever. If I have to talk to the regulator, if I have to talk to the president, I will talk to him. Because it is not about now. It is about the future. And I give you one more example. Last year, I was consulting for Zambia. And they have, because of the influence of South Africa and Zimbabwe, they have the same model. And I had a big challenge with the person who was paying me, who was financing me, because I was saying, I cannot. They're saying, no, let's do this, and then when you have enough accidents, we can change the model. And I'm saying, do you want to kill one person so that you can prove the model does not work? And it is not today. It's going to be in 20 years' time. So let me go to the Wajiko's point on cylinder maintenance. Just one more minute to Wajiko. And you know I don't talk much. When a cylinder goes back to the factory, and anybody who has been in a filling plant knows, we do a pre-fill inspection. And as we are filling it, we check whether it is leaking. We do a post-fill inspection. We put a label. If you look at your cylinder, you see the label on safety instructions. And I'm not talking about Martin's model, which is perfect. The cylinder has who filled the cylinder, which batch number, what quantity of gas, and so on. When you give this guy partial refilling to guys who are on the roadside, and you have thousands of them, Ghana had about 650 by the time they were deciding to change the model. There's no time to inspect. Secondly, the customer thinks the cylinder is theirs. If it is leaking, do you tell them now buy another cylinder because it is leaking? You know, those are the issues. Thank you.
To Elizabeth. I mean, if anyone here was not converted, now you know, and indeed it cannot happen in Kenya. And again, I think as a challenge was thrown out to the regulator again on financiers, it's important to engage particularly the industry association in this space. The PIEA is here. We have the World Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association, because we do not want to have financing extended to people who don't have the technical capacity, even if they have the financial capability, and then it becomes an injurious entity in this sector. And any, as David will tell you, any incident that happens on LPG becomes a very big sore thumb in the sector, and it can actually stop progression and development and growth. So just as we mentioned about the LPG installers and why they need to prove that they have the permit from EPRA, and we are available to train them at the School of Petroleum Studies, the same should happen with some of the proposals in business strategies, because then the expertise resides in the industry association. And Elizabeth actually is a member of the PIEA-WLPGA Focus Forum. I think we need to close out. This conversation will never end. So last word from all of you, and as you're doing that, and we'll start from the very end. Oh, geez, there are 2 questions. David, I have nothing to do with those questions because I know I don't want to take a lot of your time. In fact, you're moderating the next panel. Very funny. Yes. Are there 2 questions or there are 2 questions on that table? So very quickly, let's and those will be the last ones, please. And as yes, carry on.
Thank you very much. My name is Joshua Chuaima. I have 2 questions, but I'm going to summarize them to almost 1 question. My first question goes to Kimani. I'm a civics educator in the civil society. You've talked of your sales ladies and men going to give education to the consumers. My concern is how effective is that civic education, because how many people are reached out by your sales ladies? Do you partner with the civil society organizations? All the civic education is done in urban centers. Even here in Nairobi, go along Nairobi River, you'll find people using firewood very carelessly and unscientifically. So my question is, how effective is your civic education to the consumers? Because that is where the bone of contention is. Last question, and very briefly, is about funding, financing. I am happy that we have Stand Bank. When do you fund companies to do civic education as far as use of liquid petroleum gas is concerned, instead of using civil society organizations starting from self-help groups, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations up to NGOs, because those are the only organizations which can do civic education effectively and satisfactorily to the grassroots. Thank you.
Okay, very quick answer. We don't do civic education, we do product education, product knowledge. And it is done inside a customer's home, so we only train our customers who we identify, we vet, and if they meet the criteria and they have the potential to qualify for that, they go through a session inside their homes. So it's not mass training, it's not, doesn't happen in public spaces. It is very much the way DSTV will train you to use their product. So it has nothing to do with the publicity. Thank you. And maybe just to mention, the effectiveness obviously is seen by them being able to use it, and the rate of success is almost 100%, because if they forget a step, we have a huge call center, 24/7. They can call, and the knowledge will be reinforced, and they will be trained, and we can see them consuming every day, every minute. It's extremely effective.
The banks, before you ask the last question.
Yeah, just a comment. So I think just to answer you, as I said, we do partnerships. We have a foundation, so we are not doing so mass education. We work with partners. So civil societies are part of the organization that would work with in specific places. And we are definitely open to work with you on such initiatives. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. The very last question, please. We really do need to wrap up, because I'm sure the next panel will elicit as many comments as have been, as we have experienced in this panel. It's the one on regulatory framework and standards. Carry on.
Okay. Thank you, Wanjiku. This goes to Mr. Kimani. I think MCA's concept is, I would say it's a game changer. And you have spoken a lot about addressing the low economy. But when you look at the concept, there is a layer of convenience which everyone yearns for. It's not only the low economy, we have the middle and the high. So the question would be, when you're rolling out your concept, because of this convenience thing, people would end up probably converting from what they are currently using and adopting your model. So how do you address the issue of idle assets, because your concept will generate more idle assets, because I want convenience. I don't want to think of my gas running out because I leave that to you. So how do you address these idle assets sitting in the consumer, households?
Our product is not just for the low end or the low income households. This is where it started. Because this is where the impact is biggest, because you are not just looking at profitability, you are looking at impact mainly on the SDGs, health, conversions. This is where success lies. So since we are pretty young business, just about 3 years now, that's the priority. However, middle class, upper class have not been locked. If they are within the geofence of where our depot warehouses are, they are equally onboarded. But to your point, and you're very right, one of the other features of our offering is convenience. And even the middle class and the upper class stand exposed, because most of them would want to finance convenience. So what do? They have on the lift of their buildings, at the gate, there is always a Kamau's number, a gas delivery, call this number, 250 shillings, we will deliver to your house. But seated in your house, you don't know where Kamau or Wanjiko gets that cylinder from. So there is an exposure there, and we just touched about the rogue and illegal feeders. So to save that segment of the society, we will be getting to them and to their houses, where we have well-branded employees dealing with them in their homes, getting to call them when they need their changes done, and they will have peace of mind and comfort. So for nothing else, that segment of the society will appreciate this product because it will give them the convenience that they require. Having a call center at your disposal to consult, to call, it's something that you cannot pay for. So we will be getting there. It's just a question of time and penetration. But our focus and our priority now is where we see demographics that are still struggling, exposed, that are going through ill health because of this sort of dirty fuel. So there is urgency there. And that's why we want more partners. We want more people to come and get into innovative space. Let's do all this. I said yesterday we have 10 million households in Kenya, more in Uganda, more in Tanzania. So the space is huge, and MGAS cannot just do it alone. So that's the thinking. And idle assets, in terms of, if we put a cylinder in your home and for whatever reason it's idle, obviously there is always a conversation about us coming to pick it back because you've demonstrated you don't need it for one reason or the other. And there is a timeline given and everything is documented and you are trained about it up front. Thank you.
Thank you. We really must close this now because we don't want to overrun the next session. The next session, please stay in. It's on the importance of a sound legal and regulatory framework and standards. And we have at roundtable, we have Kwaku, who joined us yesterday from Ghana. He's going to be on call, and we can learn. We also have Tanzania LPG Association and one manufacturer, particularly of cylinders, to be talking about what the bank, the financing sector also needs to look at. Half a minute, please. The closing remarks, starting from the farthest end, from Gerald.
Thank you, Wanjiku. I think for me, it's just to say it has been a very good discussion. Thanks for having us today. And I think it's important for us to continue engaging and having these conversations on the importance of transitioning from using dirty fuels and moving to more cleaner technologies and allowing innovation to thrive. And I mean, it's impressive to see the kind of technologies that are coming through because we know that the whole idea is to ensure that we save our environment and achieve those SDGs as well as the climate impacts of being net zero by year 2050. Thank you.
Yeah, I think from my side, Standard Bank, Stanbic, we are open for business. We've been dedicated we have dedicated teams that support players within the energy space. In this room, I have actually 5 of my colleagues. Maybe they can just raise your hand so people to identify you. Please feel free to engage with us. We have been in this business for longest time across Africa, and particularly in Kenya, where we have been working with clients like yourselves in furtherance of adoption of clean energy. Thank you.
I think it's pretty clear now that the opportunities are there. If you are looking to invest in such a space, if you're financier, just do your homework properly, do your checks, make sure that the ventures are sustainable, make sure that the ventures make sense, but indeed they are there, and we can have much more conversations. And yesterday there were more of such opportunities projected over here. So it's time to graduate the debate, the inspirations, the imaginations into action. Thank you.
From me, anyone in petroleum, when you're looking at a partner for financial services, when we look at PESOPAL, we're licensed by the Central Bank of Kenya, Bank of Uganda, Bank of Tanzania, and most recently the National Bank of Rwanda. Our thinking has always been, when you're looking at financing, sometimes we fund the shop. We don't think about, we fund the shop with quality financing. We don't think about the buyer. So our mission, our big focus is to try and to help both sides of the equation. Sometimes the owner of the business might not qualify for your finance criteria, but if we can enable the buyer to buy at a fair rate, or link them up with someone to give them credit or something at a fair rate, we're willing to support. And on a lighter note, to the gentleman there who said supporting faith-based organizations, now might not be the best time for...
If you're a Kenyan, you'll understand that. Yes, so a round of applause to this distinguished panel. Fantastic job, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much indeed. Please stay on. Now we will take a tea-coffee break. The tea-coffee session is actually sponsored by PESOPAL. A round of applause. The guy who has really made us think today. So we will take 15 minutes sharp. We're actually on time, David, so that by 10:15 we are back here, I believe. Yes, that we can start. So it's 15 minutes, and you can actually come in with your coffee. So once you hear the ting-a-ling bell, please do come and enjoy your tea, sponsored by PESOPAL. Thank you very much.
And I'm a faculty engineer at PESOPAL. In January this year, we launched the PESOPAL Forecourt Management Solution, which is the first locally developed solution that delivers coherent stock management alongside integrated payments and other business tools for the energy retail sector. With a growing global focus on decarbonization and realizing net zero targets, innovations in clean energy are pivotal in the development of a sustainable energy sector. We are therefore happy to be at the forefront of forecourt management innovations that incorporate clean energy technologies, helping to reduce carbon emissions, lower energy costs, and to improve the efficiency of the energy retail systems. Join us on the 18th of May at the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, for a discussion on the financing opportunities in clean energy in Africa. This event will be an excellent opportunity for like-minded individuals to network, to gain insights into emerging trends, and to learn about successful case studies from the industry. Hi, I'm Rene, and I'm a faculty engineer at PESOPAL. In January this year, we launched the PESOPAL Forecourt Management Solution, which is the first locally developed solution that delivers coherent stock management alongside integrated payments and other business tools for the energy retail sector. With a growing global focus on decarbonization and realizing net zero targets, innovations in clean energy are pivotal in the development of a sustainable energy sector. We are therefore happy to be at the forefront of focused management innovations that incorporate clean energy technologies, helping to reduce carbon emissions, lower energy costs, and to improve the efficiency of the energy retail systems. Join us on the 18th of May at the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, for a discussion on the financing opportunities in clean energy in Africa. This event will be an excellent opportunity for like-minded individuals to network, to gain insights into emerging trends, and to learn about successful case studies from the industry. Hi, I'm Rene, and I'm a faculty engineer at PIEA. In January this year, we launched the PIEA Forecast Management Solution, which is the first locally developed solution that delivers coherent stock management alongside integrated payments and other business tools for the energy retail sector. With a growing global focus on decarbonization and realizing net zero targets, innovations in clean energy are pivotal in the development of a sustainable energy sector. We are therefore happy to be at the forefront of focused management innovations that incorporate clean energy technologies, helping to reduce carbon emissions, lower energy costs, and to improve the efficiency of the energy retail systems. Join us on the 18th of May at the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, for a discussion on the financing opportunities in clean energy in Africa. This event will be an excellent opportunity for like-minded individuals to network, to gain insights into emerging trends, and to learn about successful case studies from the industry. Hi, I'm Rene.
Air pollution, indoor and outdoor, is now the world's largest single environmental health risk. Outdoor air pollution causes 3.7 million deaths each year, and diesel exhaust causes cancer on the same order of magnitude as passive smoking. Reducing air pollution could save millions of lives. Transport plays a major role in outdoor air pollution. For example, in Chinese cities, it is responsible for 70% of all emissions. The road to sustainable transport has to be taken today. A strategy combining regulation, innovation, and infrastructure is needed. And one strategy has delivered results every time. Autogas. So, why autogas? First of all, it's clean. Autogas emits 96% less NOx than diesel and 68% less than petrol. Furthermore, it produces 120 times less small particle emissions than diesel vehicles and 22% lower carbon dioxide than petrol. Secondly, it's proven. Just look at Guangzhou, Seoul, Istanbul, and Tokyo. Thirdly, it's available. Switching to autogas requires only low infrastructure investments and delivers immediate results. The future of transport starts now.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the Afrigas seal with the silver cap with the serial number is on. Your cylinders should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the Afrigas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine Afrigas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose Afrigas.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the Afrigas seal with the silver cap with the serial number is on. Your cylinders should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the Afrigas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine Afrigas from over 230 Shell petrol.
So my name is Pat Heinz, a sales manager here with the Greco. I look after our building services and construction team in Canada. We're providing temporary power generation and a temporary heating solution. Obviously, outdoor temperatures are below freezing during the winter, so we're making the temperature optimal inside so that the construction schedules can be optimized and hopefully accelerated. Right now, on this 400,000 square foot building, we have approximately 15 million BTU of indirect forced air propane-fired heaters that we're basically injecting hot, dry, and most importantly, clean air into the space. When we're working with a contractor on a project, we'll compare and contrast different types of fuel sources that are available. In this instance, it was determined that a propane fuel supply was vastly more economical than going with a fuel source such as diesel. Just comparing fuel to fuel, it was 40 to 50% fuel savings. The most important aspect of using propane either for power generation or for temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money. So my name is Pat Heinz, a sales manager here with the Greco. I look after our building services and construction team in Canada. We're providing temporary power generation and a temporary heating solution. Obviously, outdoor temperatures are below freezing during the winter, so we're making the temperature optimal inside so that the construction schedules can be optimized and hopefully accelerated. Right now, on this 400,000 square foot building, We have approximately 15 million BTU of indirect forced air propane-fired heaters that we're basically injecting hot, dry, and most importantly, clean air into the space. When we're working with a contractor on a project, we'll compare and contrast different types of fuel sources that are available. In this instance, it was determined that a propane fuel supply was vastly more economical than going with a fuel source such as diesel. Just comparing fuel to fuel, it was 40 to 50% fuel savings. The most important aspect of using propane either for power generation or for temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money.
Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Na afu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi inaua, ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20, hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi na
propan gazıyla oluşturuyoruz. Haricinde hiçbir şey kullanmayı tavsiye etmiyoruz kimseye. Dünyada genelde de bu şekilde kullanılıyor. Bunun da sebebi
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the AfriGas seal with a silver cap with a serial number is on. Your cylinders should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the AfriGas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine AfriGas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose AfriGas.
I am WLPGA.
Ben WLPGA.
PIEA-WLPGA.
We are WLPGA.
Je suis WLPGA.
Anna, WLPGA.
WLPGA.
Namimi, WLPGA.
WLPGA.
我是 WLPGA。
I'm WLPGA.
Amra WLPGA.
E soy WLPGA. E anch'io sono WLPGA.
私は日本の WLPGA 会員。
저는 WLPGA입니다. And I am WLPGA. Ik ben WLPGA.
I am WLPGA.
Ben WLPGA.
PIEA-WLPGA.
We are WLPGA.
Je suis WLPGA.
Anna, WLPGA.
WLPGA.
Namimi, WLPGA.
WLPGA.
我是 WLPGA.
I'm WLPGA.
Amra WLPGA.
E soy WLPGA. E anch'io sono WLPGA.
私は日本の WLPGA 会員。
저는 WLPGA입니다. And I am WLPGA. Ik ben WLPGA.
Dünyanın birçok yerinden Kapadokya'ya rağbet var. Bunun en baştaki nedeni Kapadokya'nın doğal oluşumu. Bu oluşumlar o kadar çok fazla ki insanlar tamamını gezemiyorlar ve tercihlerini balondan yana kullanıyorlar. Balon uçuşlarımızla birlikte Kapadokya'nın birçok vadisini, güzelliklerini gösterme imkanı sunuyoruz insanlara. Uçuşumuzu sağlayan propan gazıdır. Balonun soğuk şişirmesinin ardı sıra sıcak verdiğimiz propan gazıyla balon yerden kesilip yükselmekte ve biz bu ateşlemeyi sadece propan gazıyla oluşturuyoruz. Haricinde hiçbir şey kullanmayı tavsiye etmiyoruz kimseye. Dünyada genelde de bu şekilde kullanılıyor. Bunun da sebebi en kaliteli olan propan gazıdır. Yıllık ortalama Anatolia balon için 300 uçuş yapmaktayım. Balonumuz takriben hava koşulları güzel olduğu sürece hemen hemen her gün uçmaktadır.
Is it fine now?
Oh, that's great.
Right? It's like a bubble. Where is it coming from now?
This way.
For temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money. So my name is Pat Heinz, a sales manager here with the Greco. I look after our building services and construction team in Canada. We're providing temporary power generation and a temporary heating solution. Obviously, outdoor temperatures are below freezing during the winter, so we're making the temperature optimal inside so that the construction schedules can be optimized and hopefully accelerated. Right now, on this 400,000 square foot building, we have approximately 15 million BTU of indirect forced air propane-fired heaters that we're basically injecting hot, dry, and most importantly, clean air into the space. When we're working with a contractor on a project, we'll compare and contrast different types of fuel sources that are available. In this instance, it was determined that a propane fuel supply was vastly more economical than going with a fuel source such as diesel. Just comparing fuel to fuel, it was 40 to 50% fuel savings. The most important aspect of using propane either for power generation or for temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money.
I am WLPGA.
LPG.
WLPGA.
We are WLPGA.
Je suis WLPGA.
Anna, WLPGA.
WLPGA.
Namimi, WLPGA.
I'm WLPGA.
我是 WLPGA.
I'm WLPGA.
Amra WLPGA.
E soy WLPGA. E anch'io sono WLPGA.
私は日本の WLPGA 会員
저는 WLPGA입니다.
And I am WLPGA.
Ik ben WLPGA.
And I'm a forecourt engineer at PIEA-WLPGA. In January this year, we launched the PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, which is the first locally developed solution that delivers coherent stock management alongside integrated payments and other business tools for the energy retail sector. With a growing global focus on decarbonization and realizing net zero targets, innovations in clean energy are pivotal in the development of a sustainable energy sector. We are therefore happy to be at the forefront of forecourt management innovations that incorporate clean energy technologies, helping to reduce carbon emissions, lower energy costs, and to improve the efficiency of the energy retail systems. Join us on the 18th of May at the Serena Hotel, Nairobi, for a discussion on the financing opportunities in clean energy in Africa.
there are two options. An opportunity doesn't happen.
Do we have Amos Jackson in the room, please?
Very good, very good. That was so the question is,
what to do with the idle cylinders? I hear you.
That's the thing. It's like the way African countries are governed by very few disease, yeah? When we have all the resources in our country.
Monica, we're waiting for Amos Jackson. Is he out there?
So you just call me.
Good morning, Kwaku.
Good morning.
How are you and how is Ghana today?
Great.
Excellent. Welcome. We're just about to get started. We're waiting for Amos Jackson from the Tanzania LPGA.
Yeah.
Our regulator is on the way, but he's told us we can get started and he'll join in soon as he gets here.
Right.
I think we need to call him. We need to call Amos on the phone. Let's locate him.
You know, Jackson is also another typical name in Ghana, eh?
Sorry?
Jackson is another typical name in Ghana.
It's an African name in Ghana.
Yes.
How is it an African name? Maybe this is your chance to educate us. Africans, we have names like Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson.
Wow.
And normally, it's the people in the central region around Cape Coast, they are the ones who go for us, you know. So we are all one.
We are all one. Yes, we are all one. There's an interesting conversation, I don't know if you are online, regarding your model of cylinder refill and who owns it. So I think you will be hearing a question from David. He's going to chair this panel. We've agreed he chairs a panel so that he can get every juice out of the panelists.
That's great.
Yeah, so yeah, you'll be hearing about that in a bit, and you can explain further so that we don't encounter the pitfalls that you have encountered. There comes Amos Jackson. Please come to the table right at the front, Amos. The center table. So, Amos Jackson, we're waiting for you. Just come to this table, please. And our brother Kwaku says that you have a twin brother in Ghana. Yes, actually, we can go to the podium. That's the best thing. Yeah, go to the podium. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause again to our tea, coffee sponsor, Pesapal. A round of applause. They've just sponsored your tea and coffee. Thank you very much. So welcome back to our second panel of the day. A lot was spoken about in the previous panels, actually since yesterday anyway, about legal and regulatory framework and the standards as well. We now have an opportunity to hear from the distinguished panel. We have Pavel Bachu, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, who's a director at Bachu Industries. And remember that they have sponsored our lunch today, so we can give them a round of applause for both the person representing the entity and also for having sponsored our lunch. Thank you very much. We have Engineer Amos Jackson, he's Executive Director of the LPGA Association. It's the latest association on the block. We were launched in March, I believe. I attended the launch. The launch happened in Dar es Salaam, and we're already engaging very well. And then we have Kwaku, who's on the line, as he was yesterday. Welcome. And we are awaiting, as I mentioned, Edward Kenyo, who was here yesterday from our regulatory authority. They had another meeting that was taking place with our counterparts in Uganda, so he's running a little bit late, but he said he will join in. So David, the show is yours.
Thanks Wanjiku, and welcome back, everybody, to this session before lunch. And we're going to be looking at regulations and standards and the importance of that. So we wait for Edward, who's going to come shortly, but in the meantime, let me introduce the other three members of our panel. And first of all, Graco Online, who's behind me, sitting in Ghana. So Graco, we heard from you yesterday, but would you like to just say a couple of words of introduction and explain who you are and where you're from and what your activities are?
Basically, I'm the Chief Executive for Association of Oil Marketing Companies in Ghana. And In Ghana, the association encompasses the LPG as well. And in fact, I'm better known as the industry coordinator. And my schedule includes trying to aggregate all the OMCs and LPG MCs together. Make sure that we have a very good profile with the states and the people of Ghana and deliver as we promise to them. Yeah.
Okay, so do you have an LPG association in Ghana, or is it incorporated in your organization?
It's incorporated in our organization,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then on my left, from the manufacturing sector, I have PIEA-WLPGA, who manufactures cylinders here in Kenya. So do you want to say a few words of introduction?
Good morning. My name is PIEA-WLPGA. Director at Bachu Gas. We're an LPG cylinder manufacturer. We manufacture all various sizes for the domestic and for the EAC and SADC region. I would say we are one of the more established players in the market and proud to be affiliated with a lot of the multinationals with our product.
Thanks, PIEA. If you can hand the mic across to Amos. Oh, Amos, you have your own. We have a mic each. So Amos, you're from Tanzania, representing the LPG Association there.
Yes, David. So yeah, I'm from Tanzania. I'm the executive director for the Tanzania LPG Association. It's a very new association. We actually started this association back in February this year. So we are only about 3 months old. But the intention is basically, again, to improve the growth of LPG in Tanzania for the industry, and I think is in line with what Kenya had already started. I think the team here, PIA, they have done a very good job. So we expect to learn a lot from Kenya, and I look forward to working very closely with the team in Kenya to ensure that our association in Tanzania as well does what we are supposed to be doing there in line with our objective. Thanks.
Thanks, Amos. And for those who haven't met me, my name's David Tyler. I work with the World LPG Association based in Europe, but we have a global membership. Over 300 organizations, from producers of LPG, such as Targa Resources and Enterprise in the US, all the way through the value chain to the consumer, including equipment manufacturers like PIEA, distributors, and also a bunch of NGOs. In fact, anybody that has an interest in the LPG business is reflected in our membership. So, and incidentally, we have over 30 associations, country associations around the world as members of our association as well. So associations like Amos's and also Kwaku's. So let me now turn, before Edward arrives, let me turn to this topic of the importance of a sound legal and regulatory framework and standards, and that is very much part of our remit. One of our goals is to ensure that basically the industry plays on a level playing field, and that nobody is cheating, shortcutting, and impacting on investment. So let me turn to you, PIEA, because you're a manufacturer of equipment, and standards are obviously high up on your checklist when you get to work in the morning. So how do you reflect on this topic?
So look, we're talking about the penetration of LPG. Kenya is now at the forefront. We believe as a cylinder manufacturer, we are the start. In order to penetrate the market, you need reliable cylinders, you need high quality cylinders which are safe, which can go into the market, which are durable over a period of, over a number of years. What we believe is we're manufacturing assets, which have a life over 30 years. The framework, the legal framework, the regulatory framework is absolutely critical. We're governed by a number of standards, local standards, international standards, because we're also an exporter. And it is imperative that myself and the players in this industry as well, manufacturers, we follow those to the T, so that we're able to actually support the industry, support the oil marketers, achieve their vision, and as a whole, so the entire industry can move forward.
I mean, the industry we're in is interesting because the cylinder actually costs more than the content. It's a very rare commodity, if you think about that. So sustainability of the package is absolutely critical for us. And in your business, you mentioned international standards as well. You're predominantly manufacturing for Kenya, but you also export, you said.
Yeah, that's correct. We manufacture for the Kenya market, but we also export to a number of African countries as well. Yes.
So how do you reconcile the different standards that you have to meet?
Look, within our organization, we have a number of the standards that we're working against. We know, for example, the client, what their requirements are. We're certified to supply against that standard. So we have the certification in place already. So yeah, we're able to meet that standard. That's not a problem.
Okay. Let me turn to you now, Kwaku. In Ghana, we had a discussion this morning about the model, the cylinder retention model that you're now transitioning away from. Tell us a little bit about the history of that in Ghana and why you made that decision to move away to from a customer-owned cylinder to a market-owned cylinder, if you like.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It's true. What you're saying is true, and we had a customer-owned cylinder, but we realized that people are not taking good care of their cylinders. I mean, some people even literally paint their own cylinders. They don't know the repercussions of how to get the paint on it, the right type of paint on the cylinder. And people treat their cylinders anyhow. You won't believe some people have used their cylinders for more than 30 years and they're still using. So rusty, you don't have anything, there's no control, there's no standards on it. It becomes like, just because people want to use that. So we're trying to move forward. So we are in the transition period. We're having a thorough discussion with stakeholders, including the people who use the cylinders, who sell the cylinders, and everybody, as an input as to what we have to do with the cylinder, the critical piece in the chain. And the cylinder is invariably very, very cheap, very expensive, sorry. So obviously, it makes it difficult for anybody to acquire the cylinder to be part of the chain. So, and then, so we have also discussed, first we thought that the LPG marketer should be able to own the cylinder. Further discussion also reviewed that why don't we allow the people to own the cylinders and teach them how to maintain it. And we realized that to do that requires a lot of education, especially in our northern part where they don't use LPG so much, to be an issue. We ask them to maintain their own cylinders. So we want to maintain the cylinder centrally, just like it's being done in Kenya, so that we don't really get anybody to be responsible for the maintenance of the cylinder, but we leave it at the hands of the LPG guys and try to put some small money in the chain for that. So that's what we're trying to do. And all this while, we are not be able to come to conclusion and discussion. I mean, we have a lot of education to do, so we don't want to hurriedly get into the new system once we are not exhausted the discussion with all the principals involved. So that's where we are now.
Okay, so I think the expression is cylinder love. When you move away from a customer-owned model, you're dealing with a customer who's had that cylinder, like you said, for maybe 30 years, and they're in love with it. So was there much resistance from the consumer in moving away from a cylinder-owned model to a company-owned model?
Yes. I mean, it's like they don't even trust, even if we said we were going to provide them the cylinders. They believe in their own cylinders. For some reason, it's the kind of owning a property. Owning a property mentality is what is with people. I mean, they believe that what they have. And we have been arguing that, look, you can't maintain it, so we want to maintain for you. Because the problem is the maintenance culture is not too good here with our people. So obviously, we want to take it and do that. So we've been continuing to have a discussion with the chiefs, the people, the low-end people. It becomes very difficult, very, very difficult. So we went to the north to distribute some cylinders, and you won't believe it, what the cylinders are being used for. They are using it for as a seat. They put a wooden plank on 2 of them, and that's what people sit under a tree. You know, but I'm sure if they were to buy it themselves, they would not have done that. So obviously, we have a new schedule to cross on that one. But we know we want to add technology to it and see how it goes. Yes.
Yeah, I think you said yesterday we don't want the cylinders to end up as furniture, and I think
yes,
you know, we've talked about the cost of the asset, and we want to make sure that that asset is being used well. And we had a conversation before coffee about partial filling of cylinders, and that's something I'm sure that was going on in Ghana before. And just to reiterate what Elizabeth said, we do not support that at all as an industry, for the very reason that you talk about. The cylinder has to come back to the plant to be checked before it's filled, and then checked again before it's issued. And that checking goes on with an exchange program, and the one I'm thinking of is like the Blue Rhino program in the US, where a customer takes an empty cylinder to a cage and exchanges it for a new one or a full one, and that empty cylinder goes back and is then fully checked. Is that exchange program being considered in Ghana?
Oh yes, it's one of the proposals we have on and we started getting some people to discuss that, especially the low-end people. We won't have issues with the high-end guys because they don't have time. So if you're going to change their cylinders for them, they are okay. But the low-end people said to possess that possessive attitude of the cylinder, that becomes a problem. But we know by and large, to continue education and engaging them a lot more will gradually change that.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we've talked about education and training a lot over the last 2 days here, and that's going to be paramount with a shift that you're conducting in Ghana. So let me go back. I'm going to stay on cylinders for a little while because we'll come back to the main topic. But let me come back to you, PIEA, with cylinders. And you support, I think, most of the major players here in Kenya with your cylinders.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And in terms of reconditioning, is there a 10-year reconditioning cycle here in Kenya for cylinders?
It's an 8-year cycle.
8 years.
You have some other countries as within the AAC, which is where it's 10 years.
Yeah. And are you involved in fully reconditioning cylinders as well?
We are, absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Yes. So I guess a lot of the major players, cylinders come back to the plant and they get to a point where there's still life left in the cylinder, but it's not good enough to go back out.
No, absolutely. Look, like I was explaining before, when we manufacture it, you know, at the point of inception, we expect the cylinder to last, you know, at least, we have some multinationals who say 30 years. Of course, it depends how they're treated in the market, but after every 8 years, they have to be checked. There are a lot of rigorous checks within the plant. We have to change the valves, we have to repaint them. We do external checks as well to make sure that they're safe for the market. If they're not, we reject them. And we don't, you know, it's an onus on us not to allow them to go back to the market. They can be cylinders that were manufactured by us or manufactured by other players. It just depends who the marketer decides to use to revalidate.
Right. Okay. And Amos, let's turn to. Quacko, is that your mic on? I think.
Yeah.
We got a little bit of feedback there. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. That was me.
Amos, let's turn to Tanzania because I think your background is similar to mine. You used to work with Shell. Can you describe the model that Tanzania is using now for the cylinder business?
Thanks, David. Yeah, I think I'll go very quickly to talk about Tanzania, but I think I'll also I have some sort of knowledge for the entire East Africa. So I'll just give some few insights before we go into detail in terms of the relevance of appropriate regulatory framework and standards formulation. Now, in Tanzania, in terms of market structure for LPG, we currently have 8 main players. I'm talking about marketing companies. But out of those, 5 wholesalers are the ones who are importing LPG into the country. So literally 3 of them are just buying from those 5. Now, that's the level of marketing companies. But in terms of distribution channel, after marketing companies, we have distributors, we also call super dealers, who normally buy product from those wholesalers, and they actually use the downward level, which is basically retailers or dealers who now sell those products to consumers. So actually it's a 3-channel distribution system, wholesalers, distributors, and then dealers. Now, in terms of cylinder, I tend to believe that perhaps Tanzania has the best LPG regulatory framework, if I look within East Africa, and I have reasons for that. You can challenge me. But the way it is that in terms of cylinders, basically the wholesalers are the brand owners, and those are the ones who own the cylinders in the market. So the ownership sits with wholesalers. Whatever happens at whether it is at the consumer level, dealer level, super dealer level, the wholesalers will be responsible for cylinder management. And I think that has helped a lot in terms of creating discipline in the market. I'm not saying that we don't have problems with, for example, illegal refilling. We have that. But I think it's not, from my experience at least, it's not as bad as in Kenya, because of course Kenya is leading in terms of importation and consumption in the region. But in Tanzania, I think illegal refilling is there, but is controlled to some extent. It's not a very big problem. And you know, illegal refilling is very closely related to cylinders management, because if you have a system which is not very well designed to ensure that the turnaround of cylinders are managed and controlled appropriately, then they end up being used by those illegal refilling. So in Tanzania, I say we have challenges, but it's not as big as in Kenya, and probably in Uganda. I think in Uganda there is a very, very big problem for illegal refilling, but I understand that the government there is now trying to put up some very good regulatory framework, which I hope it will improve cylinders management.
Thanks, Amos. Right, very important notice here. The owner of vehicle KCD213N, if they're in the room, you need to go out and move your vehicle because it's blocking something, an entrance. So it's KCD213N. When you go, I don't see anybody moving, so I don't think they're here. Okay, so the hotel's going off to find. Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're all okay here. I'm holding off a little bit on the standards discussion until our regulator arrives. So let's continue to talk about cylinders. And you heard this morning from Martin the M-gas model.
Yeah.
And I remember coming to Kenya 6 years ago when PAYGO Energy was developing that. And as we saw yesterday, they've now been taken over by a international solar business. So first of all, I think the question would be, Amos, to you again, in Tanzania, are there opportunities for that model if it's not being used, or if it is being used, how is it going?
Thanks, David. Yeah, I think the opportunities are always there, and I think it's a continuous improvement process. For example, currently, because we are going to talk about that, it's actually about regulatory framework and ensuring that we have appropriate laws, regulations, and rules, and not only having those, but also ensuring those that they are enforced. I think that's where the gap is. Our regulatory authority in Tanzania, and I appeared, fortunately, I also worked in that regulatory authority, which is called the URA. I think they've tried a lot to improve the general petroleum industry in Tanzania, in terms starting with the, petrol stations, depot. I think that has quite advanced, so to speak. But I think in terms of LPG, they have a lot of things to do, and we have been engaging them. And I hope that with the, creation of Tanzania LPG Association, will really move very quickly to improve the situation, especially on the gaps which we are seeing today. For example, illegal filling, as I said, is there. But in terms of making sure, for example, if incidents are uncovered in the market and are reported to the regulatory authority, we don't see that kind of, initiative or effort to actually address the problem. And we have some underlying issues, which of course we are going to engage with the regulatory authority. But I want also to say, I think this is also similar to Kenya and in East Africa and wherever in Africa as well. I think also suppliers, LPG companies, have some ownership on that. I think we talked a lot. I liked what Kimani presented. I think is one of the very good example. If you are an investor, you really want to make an impact in the industry or to the community, you have to be committed. I think commitment is very important, and commitment is not only looking at what you can benefit in terms of profits, but you have to ensure that the corporate social responsibility is also put is regarded as a center of your business. You have to balance that, because you can today earn a lot of profits, but that will be in short term. If you want to create a sustainable, profitable business, you really have to balance in terms of profits and investment in addressing problems. Why I'm saying this? Many of the problems we are talking about illegal refilling, we are really putting a lot of, should I say blame, or we see that maybe the regulatory institutions are not doing their job effectively. But we stop thinking that us as suppliers, we also have some ownership to ensure to eliminate the illegal refilling. Now I'll just explain shortly in this case. For example, in Tanzania, I said we have 3 channels of distribution. You have an importer who is a wholesaler, you have a distributor, and you have a dealer. Now, at which level does illegal refilling is rampant is actually at the level of dealers. Because these illegal refillers tended to get unqualified equipment to smuggle sort of cylinders from the brand owners, and once they have in custody those cylinders, then they start actually doing whatever they want to do. Now, they have to dispose those cylinders to the market because they are looking for money, definitely. And the level where they actually get those cylinders to are through dealers, okay? Now, if I'm a supplier or I'm LPG company giving a dealer a price of, say, I'll give an example. For example, in Tanzania, let's say 20 or 18,000 Tanzania shillings per 6 kg cylinder, which I'm giving to the dealer. And the dealer has to make a profit, gross profit margin of, let's say, 2,000 shillings per 6 kg cylinder. Now, the illegal refiller will come to a dealer and give the dealer a price of, let's say, 15,000 shillings per 6 kg cylinder, meaning that the dealer will end up making about 5,000 Tanzanian shillings per 6 kg cylinder instead of making 2,000. So definitely dealers will be tempted to engage with with illegal refillers and do that business. Now, if you have a very good, robust system in terms of, and again, this is very important, investing in that data management, ensuring that you track your consumers, you track your super dealers, you track your dealers, you track your end consumers, and be able to identify where some dealers are not actually buying you, are not buying product from you, and you may actually think that maybe this particular dealer is getting product from an illegal refiller, and you can decide to go and interrogate that dealer. So what I'm trying to say here that LPG companies needed to invest in terms of data management, analysis, and to be able to identify the supply chain and where the problem is coming. Because if I have here 3 or 10 dealers, let's say 10 dealers, and I know the uptake, monthly uptake for all these particular dealers is, let's say, 200 cylinders per month, and I keep tracking that. Whenever I see that the volume is going down, I'll be able to go into breakdown and be able to identify where the leaks is happening, and be able to identify the particular dealer who is actually engaging with dealer, because they are getting product from somewhere else. Yeah. So that's why it's very important for LPG companies as well to invest and not just depend on regulatory framework to resolve the illegal refilling.
I'm still going to hold back on this regulatory framework discussion until Edward arrives. If he doesn't come in 15 minutes, we can get into that, because there's a really interesting conversation to have on that. If Martin was here, he would argue, I think, that he is tapping into that digital telemetry solution to track assets. I think you heard this morning before coffee, he said that if there is an idle asset there, he'll have a conversation about it and he'll withdraw it back into the pool. So I think he's doing, with the MGAS model, I think he's very much doing what you're looking at, and maybe there's an opportunity for Tanzania to look at that. And in Ghana, Kwaku, can I turn to you again?
Yes.
The MGAS model, is that something that might exist alongside this transition that you're moving to, away from the customer-owned model?
Yes, we will be happy to look at that, because we are hastening to push the agenda because of we want to take advantage of digital things, so that at least we'll be able to start on a very good note. In Ghana, if you start something and it's not too good, you better shelve it. Otherwise, you will never get it working again. So obviously, we like to take advantage of that. So we'll be in with those information so that we can continue our search for appropriate ways of deploying the new cylinder model. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, we'll let Martin know when he comes back into the room, but that's good to hear, because I think I'm not pushing MGAS in particular here, but I do think that the ring-fenced distribution model that he has completely eliminates the illegal filling issue that we've been talking about. Let me turn to you then, Pavira, in terms of your business again and relating it to this discussion. Do you have problems competing on a unlevel playing field, if I can put it like that? Do you have other competitors in the market that are basically not abiding by the rules and producing cylinders that are probably not quite up to standard?
Kenya and LPG right now is very exciting. So traditionally, whenever there's something exciting happening in the country, you get a lot of players who want to set up shop, thinking it's, we can make money. It's very, very easy. The problem is people enter the market, they don't have the right expertise in order to produce the right cylinder. We have a number of players in the country. A few of them are, I would say, manufacturing to standard, but others are manufacturing just to manufacture. And that creates a problem because you have, unlike what Mr. Amos said, in Tanzania there are 8 players. In Kenya, I heard there are 70 players, retailers. And you get players who, and what I also understand is in Tanzania, you need 100,000 cylinders, correct, to enter the market as a new entrant? In Kenya, it's 5,000. So you get players who enter with a very small number, and they're looking for the cheapest price. And of course, they're going to go to a manufacturer who can offer them the cheapest price, but you'll have challenges with the quality. The valve is not going to meet the standard. The steel is going to be poor quality steel, not even gas grade steel. Minimum thickness. It's a lot of these challenges, issues that eventually will go in the market, and there will be an issue, and it will create a ripple effect across the entire market. Everyone will suffer.
So what can you do about that?
From our perspective and our responsibility as a manufacturer, what we spend a lot of our time doing is education. We spend a lot of time focusing on our product, and when we advertise our product, it's, we invite a lot of people to see the quality, the standard at which the product is being manufactured under. We're open to scrutiny at all times. Our plant is open, players come, marketers come in to see that we're able to manufacture to a global standard, follow every single specification to the T. We think our product is in fact better than what was previously being imported into the country. So, it's our responsibility as a player in the industry. We have a brand in the industry as well to ensure that what we produce in the industry is compliant. Also because this cylinder, it'll be at my house one day, tomorrow it'll be at your house, it'll be at a hospital, at a school. It's my responsibility to make sure that it fits the standard for the general safety of the public.
Yeah, I often talk about standards, and I relate it to the high jump at the Olympics. And the bar is set at 4 feet, and you have 3 jumpers, and one clears it by a foot, and the other one clears it by 2 inches, and then the third one just rattles the bar, but it stays there. But each one of them has met the 4-foot standard. So I think there's a discussion to have with consumers, obviously your consumers, about how you jump.
No, absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah. All right, well, look, let's start turning towards this topic in the absence of Edward, because what I'd like to do is talk about not just standards and the importance of standards, but the enforcement of those standards, and perhaps the most important point, the penalties for not complying with standards in a country. So you mentioned illegal filling, Amos, was pretty endemic in Tanzania. What are the penalties if you're caught for illegally filling cylinders?
Yeah, for the case of Tanzania, I think according to the regulatory authority rules, if I remember, is for illegal refiller, the minimum fine is 20 million Tanzanian shillings. That's about 8,000 US dollars. So if somebody is caught dealing with the illegal filling, he'll end up paying that amount of money. But also that person can be sent to jail, because actually he can pay both he can pay the fine, he can be subjected to both punishments, even for all countries in East Africa. And I think the key ones are actually regulatory authorities, people like EPRA, EURA, in Uganda, in Rwanda. I think it's very important for them to actually exercise what they put on papers, because it's always good to have something on papers, but if you don't practice it, it doesn't serve the purpose.
So you don't think anybody in Tanzania is in jail at the moment because of illegally filling?
Yeah, from my knowledge, nobody is in jail. We have had some incidents. We have tried to push them for those people to be sentenced, but as I said, it's quite difficult. But I hope we have some proposals which we have engaged the authority to ensure that some of the roles are changed to improve. And we want to make sure that whoever actually is involved in illegal filling is actually prosecuted. Yes.
So I know that you've only just set up your association in Tanzania, but have you had discussions with the regulators about enforcement and penalties?
Yes, we have had several. Not only, as you said, because I used to work in the private sector as well, in oil and gas companies. So before this job, I did a lot. But as I told you again, I also worked in the regulatory authorities, so I know how they work. And I think during my time, because I was coming from the private sector, I tried to my best to influence some changes in laws, and which are actually today implemented. But again, one person, I think I'll just summarize when we conclude. And as I said, I would like to have the regulatory authorities here, because there are some key underlying issues why regulatory authorities sometimes are not able to practice what the law say. So I have some advices on that. But I think the challenge is in Tanzania, since we have seen illegal filling practices happening, we have never seen anybody going to jail. But the court cases are there, but nobody has been sentenced and jailed.
Okay, I look forward to your summing up at the end when we talk about that. Kwaku, let's go back to Ghana.
Yeah.
Has anybody been put into jail for illegally filling in Ghana?
We have not got there yet. I mean, we are still in the state where we are transiting to the new era. But I think it's something that we may have to get the regulator to put in there, because we realize that if you're given, like happened in the white products industry, where somebody, a dealer will fill somebody's fuel for him with a different image, it's also, we wish it's going to happen there. So we're going to inculcate in that. It's a learning curve for us from what Amos is saying. And getting to our new regime of the LPG, it will be what we are looking at it. Probably we will not go for fine alone. We'll do both. After you pay the fine and go to jail, because you've been enjoying some of this business and we are distorting the industry. And obviously we need a punitive sanction to be able to get through with that.
Okay, thanks. Well, I think it's organisations like yours and Amos's that can take that message to the regulators and the policymakers. And
yes.
I just sort of sum up this little discussion, because it is pointless having standards and regulations in place, even though they look good on paper, if they're not properly enforced. And the way to enforce them is to have big penalties. I mean, like the owner of this car, if the penalty here for parking illegally on the site of the hotel was being towed away, I don't think the car would be there now. I had a conversation just a couple of weeks ago with the Philippines Association, and they've just enacted the Gas Policy Act in the Philippines after many, many years of discussions, and we've been there helping them with those discussions. And indeed, in that Gas Policy Act is a clause that you will go to jail if you're caught illegally filling. Whether they implement that or not, who knows, but at least it's, the starting point is it's in the regulations now. And Amos, if you remember, a couple of months ago in Tanzania, we had an event with you. I was in Australia at the time, and Jonathan Benchamal was in Brazil, and he made a presentation which we heard, and in Brazil, if you're caught illegally filling, you will go to jail, and people have gone to jail, and illegally filling is almost stopped now there. So I can't stress this enough. You know, it's pointless having a discussion about good regulations and standards unless they're properly enforced and you have strong penalties to make sure that that happens. So that's the message from me on that one. And I just want to sort of drill down a bit now into your business, PIEA, because yeah, you're not an association, you're a manufacturer. So can you just explain the cylinder revalidation process in detail from the receipt to the return of the cylinder to the owner when you're revalidating?
Yeah, so look, our clients, the marketers, they have an obligation at a point of 8 years. The cylinders have to be legally be revalidated. It can be before that period of time, depending on how the cylinders have been treated in the market. Look, we vet them, we advise what needs to be replaced, either a collar, foot ring. Those will be replaced if they need to be replaced. And then the process is standard, so it's heat treated, they're hydro tested, they're metallized, they're painted, powder coat, their new valves are fitted, and then they're leak tested, pneumatic tested to make sure that the valves are, that there's no leakage. And they're then returned back to the customer. If in that process I mentioned before, we find that a cylinder does not comply, we just hold them back at our plant, we let the marketer know, and we scrap them. So it is our responsibility not to make sure that they never leave our plant again if we find an issue. And the zinc coating, the zinc metallization, is that standard with your product? With our product, yes. In the market, no. But with our product, it's an absolute must, and that helps with the rusting. So yeah, it's something that we live by. We were contacted, our association was contacted by Indian Oil recently about, it sort of links to this discussion we had yesterday about digitalization, technology, how can we apply it to the industry to make our industry smarter. Their question was, and it's not in the manufacturing of the cylinder, it's in the refilling of the cylinder, is there an automatic process that doesn't involve people at the filling plant where you can check the quality of the cylinder before it enters the filling plant itself? So using either artificial intelligence or cameras or the like, but taking the people aspect away, because it's very subjective. If you see a cylinder coming down the carousel filling line, then you might say it's okay, and I might say it's not okay. So is there anything there that you can apply digitally to? Look, from the filling side, I'll talk about the manufacturing side, because yes, it is. There's a lot of human intervention throughout the entire process for quality checks. Like you said, rightfully, one person would say there's an issue, one person would say that they're not, that there's not. But look, there isn't. It's a semi-automated process. There isn't a fully robotic system in place. That does not exist. The human element, look, for now it does exist. There are checks, there are balances. But look, for example, speaking for ourselves throughout the factory, every hour on the hour, every process is vetted. So it'll go through multiple stages throughout the entire factory. So there is 0% chance we will not find challenges at the end, because if we do, we'll find it much earlier on in the process. Right. And there are a lot of processes, everything is checked, machines are maintained to a certain standard to make sure that issue doesn't happen. But for now, look, there is a very big human intervention. Okay. Is anybody in the room operate a filling carousel, a filling plant? No? Oh, yeah? Okay. How do you check the underside of the cylinder, the bottom of the cylinder,
The cylinders come on a truck, they enter the filling plant, they get onto a chain conveyor, they enter the carousel, and they go out the other end. Is there a process where you actually physically look underneath the cylinder to check the condition?
Hello, my name is Dixon Moy from Rubis Energy. Before we place the cylinders on the conveyor, they have to go through the water bath. At this process, we have a clear view of the other side of the cylinders. Then after that, if we are okay, they are good, then we move them to the carousel for filling.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
they're tipped over and you can physically look at the bottom?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I can tell you that in many filling plants around the world, the cylinder never gets inspected underneath. And it's where most of the corrosion can occur. And I think this was the question that Indian Oil put to us last week. Is there a process, is there a procedure where that you can actually physically look at the bottom of the cylinder before it goes into the system? So welcome, Edward, back. We heard from you yesterday, and we've been having a sort of general conversation about mostly cylinders, but we started talking about regulations and the importance of regulations, and not just the importance of regulations, but the enforcement of those regulations, and also the penalties for non-enforcement, for deviation from that. So what's the situation in Kenya with respect to standards and not having those standards applied, and what penalties exist for that?
Thank you, and apologies to run from another meeting that was convened urgently. So we've been regulating the LPG sector since the year 2009, when we had the first LPG regulations. That's legal notice number 121 of 2009. And basically, in that regulation, there were certain definitions that were put in place, including the brand owner, who owns the cylinder and who is responsible for the maintenance and service of those cylinders, and also who fills those cylinders and how they interface with the consumers. But the fines in that regulation that were provided were quite low. It was 1 million shillings, and it was a maximum of 1 million shillings. And what we encountered was that people would go and do malpractice, and once you hold them to account, you go to a court of law. Some of them are fined as low as 5,000 because the law had stipulated a maximum penalty of 1 million. But when the Petroleum Act and the Energy Acts were they were done in 2019, the penalty was reviewed. So what we have is a minimum. What the law says is not less than, and it has graduated the various offenses. Like, for example, if you construct an illegal station, a filling plant illegally, or if you are filling somebody's cylinders illegally. So when we get you, the minimum penalty is 10 million shillings, so not less than. I know, of course, that has been contested. There were some people who are trying to contest it, but fortunately, it is something that passed through Parliament, and we've been able also to legislate a new regulation, that's Legal Notice 100, which has now brought in those penalties as part of the offenses when you are taken into account in case we find that you have breached the regulations. What we did also as a regulator, initially we used to combine licensing and enforcement in one unit, but it was found good because of issues of separation of functions that we have an enforcement directorate, which was set up in 2018. So we have now a fully fledged directorate of enforcement. We don't call it directorate of enforcement per se, so that it doesn't look like we are just policemen. So we are supposed to educate and advocate. So basically it's called the Directorate of Public Advocacy, Education and Consumer Protection. So it is a directorate that has also been devolved to the regions. We have 7 region offices. So we are able to carry out our function as a regulator across the country. Well, there are various challenges around the enforcement of these regulations, one of it being that when you take people to court, the processes are still not as fast as we would wish. And this is what we are trying now to look at as a regulator, how we can bring the judiciary on board and have discussions with them on the impact, especially to the investors. When you find people are cross-filling cylinders, what does it do to this country in terms of investment, or what signals are we sending? So we've been engaging the judiciary, and we hope that once we are through with the process, we'll be able now to have a quicker turnaround of our cases. We've been closing plants. We've also been suspending licenses for the people who are doing malpractice. Of course, they are also evolving. The people in the sector also do evolution in terms of how the malpractices are done. For example, you realize that when you come and do enforcement during the day, then the people shift to filling at night. So now you have to employ a different tactic and have policemen and other surveillance persons working throughout the night, which is also dangerous for us. So, but luckily now we have full support of the Ministry of Interior and coordination of national government. We have secondment of proper police officers, because we also found, unfortunately, when you use the local police, they are also somehow in the game. So you need to change tact and get policemen from elsewhere. Thank you. That's what I can say for now.
Yeah, I think we'll keep the mic. Have you actually caught anybody, and have they been taken to court, and have they been fined 10 million shillings? I mean, what evidence is there that you're actually applying these penalties?
Yeah, there are still some court cases which are live. I know there are people who are fined, but not the 10 million. But as I said earlier, most of the court cases drag a bit. So you find a case is taking 2 or 3 years. By the time the case is determined, you know, even the pain of the penalty is not as much. Because you find someone went to court, their lawyers applied for injunction, and they were given an injunction, or they were given some order, a stay order, and then they continue doing business as the case is being determined. So I can say the delay in cases is a real challenge, and our desire as a regulator is immediate punishment. When we get you, we confiscate your equipment, and I think in 2015, I can tell you there's a day we used to confiscate and destroy. But of course, there were challenges because people went and got orders. We used to find an illegal plant, you destroy it completely, you gas free the tank and you cut it into scrap and you sell it off. So I think it's a new strategy that we will be employing probably going into the future, that when we find these illegal plants, we do full demolition instead of waiting.
Okay, thanks. Well, we've got 3 other panelists here, and 2 of them are representing their associations from Tanzania and also from Ghana. So let me ask Gwaku and Amos, do you have any questions for Edward as a regulator?
Yeah, I'm impressed about what he has been doing. And talking about destroying the plant, that's extreme. You know, in African context, we do this kind of thing to support people. But I will go for the other side where people can be jailed. You know, that's fine, because, and also maybe we do something about the business such that it can be confiscated, and maybe we put a hand on it, and we could get another person to manage the business. But in African context, we need them. We need them. So, but at the same time, we need to punish the corporates, and that's why I go for. Because we are punishing the corporates, the business thrives on with other people, you know, and that could be fine. Yeah, because I mean, given what is happening, if you don't take a serious action, we will not be able to get the industry moving. So it's good that we do that. And for me, it's a very good learning curve for coming from him, and especially the 2015, what they were doing. I mean, it's something which is draconian, but that's where it has to put the fives where we get the business running at the same time serving our people.
Yeah, thanks, Kweko. Amos, did you have something to ask?
Thanks, Edward, for coming. I think it's very important for you, for your presence here. For me, I don't have direct questions from Edward. I know how as I explained before, And I think he's tried to explain here. The law is there. I'm pleased that Kenya has quite high magnitude punitive measure to illegal fillers. 10 million Kenyan shilling is equivalent to almost 200 million Tanzanian shillings. So if you compare with our Tanzanian law, Kenya is quite, has quite tried to strive to put a very high magnitude punitive measure. Now, again, as I said, I think this is up to us as suppliers. I normally call the legal approach as mechanical approach. We have seen and we know that as long as we have law in place to punish people, culprits, illegal fillers, killers, people who kill other people, there is, I know some countries have death penalties, but we still see people are still killed by other people. So what I want to say that us as suppliers, we don't have to look regulatory authorities as the end solution to our problems like illegal filling. We have to be innovative. We have to be committed. My sister here, Wanyala, when she was here, I think she said, sometimes LPG companies are hesitant to address underlying problems in the industry, either for one reason, thinking that if I do it myself, somebody else will benefit. This will benefit the entire industry. So sometimes you see that kind of hesitance. But from my point of view, as I explained, if you have a very good structured regulatory framework like the one we have in Tanzania, where you are able to trace, if you are the LPG company, you are able to trace where your cylinder goes to a super dealer, to a distributor, to a dealer, and then to consumer. And you know that illegal filling is actually happening at the dealer level because dealers are buying those cylinders from illegal fillers because they are making more profit than the product they get from wholesalers or legal LPG companies. Then you have to rethink how you recruit your dealers, how you recruit your super dealers, how you train them in terms of the problems they are going to have if they get product from illegal filling. I understand that cannot solve the problem overnight, but if we start doing that, educating, number one, having a proper system to screen the business partners we do business with in the industry, starting with the distributors. How do we select our distributors? How do we train them? What kind of agreements do we enter with them in terms of making sure that they practice the required law and regulations? I think that's very important. Slowly, for example, if a dealer knows that a sales representative from company A is always in the streets trying to look around the stocking levels in dealers' shops and be able to identify, interrogate those dealers. For example, if you see, I see my cylinders are sitting to a dealer A, I'll ask him, and I'm a sales rep for that, I'll ask him, where have you bought these cylinders? That dealer should be able to tell you where they're getting the product, from which super dealer, from which distributor. If you see that the dealer is struggling to provide evidence where the product is coming from, definitely you may know that that dealer is getting product from the illegal refillers. So I know it's a very difficult thing to do, but we should start doing it. Because if we wait until regulatory authorities or people are sent to court, people are jailed, as you have heard from Edward, we are not going to get solution to this. So for me, I appeal once again to LPG players to invest in terms of tracking their sales through the entire value chain, to identify the issues which are happening in the market, and then be able now to really work with the regulatory authorities to provide specific examples, because sometimes when you ask LPG players, they will not give you enough details about the illegal refilling. Some of them are actually hiding that information. So I think we need to come up with a very proper strategic way of addressing the illegal refilling issues as we work with regulatory authorities.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Amos. So what you're saying, there's the carrot, there's the stick, and then there's technology. And just on the technology question, PIEA, I know of a cylinder manufacturer in Europe that is now applying some quite sophisticated tracking technology on their cylinders so that they can track them all the way through the channel. Is that something that you're looking at?
When you say through the channel, you mean once they've left the market? Once they've left the factory?
It's embedded in the cylinder itself.
That exists. We have contacted most of them, so we know exactly what is happening. But it comes at a price. And the marketers, our clients, some of them are not willing to pay the price. Some of them are, but there are still some challenges, still some teething challenges with these technologies. So they're not 100% foolproof, but yes, like I said, it comes at a price, and already being in Kenya, it's a very sensitive market. Price is everything. So yeah, it'll be a challenge, yeah.
But MGAS are doing something similar, with a smart meter. Yeah. They can track that.
No, absolutely, yes. With the MGAS, they're able to track, but that is their technology. That is something that they install themselves onto the cylinders. It's not something that we do, and it's their business model. That's we consider them, yes, they're a retailer, but they have a different take on it. So they have a different approach to the market. I would call them, they're not really they're more a finance company.
Yeah. So the technology exists and it works. We know that. So in terms of your model of producing cylinders, at the moment that technology is too expensive to put on every single cylinder.
Yes, look, we can do it. We have no problem. It's the client generally is not willing to pay that extra few bucks to get it installed on the cylinder.
Right, yeah. Right. Okay. We've got a few minutes left. So let's go back to Ghana. And Kwoko, what would be your single biggest piece of advice to give to the regulators, to Edward?
Basically, I think I'm happy about this tracking of the cylinders, and also having punitive measures on this cylinder theft and other things, great thing. But the question is, how far do you go? Yes, it's been improving, so something that we can consider,
Okay,
so that we get the issues. The courts normally delay issues, and businesses, we don't like a delay in such situation. And so we have this, it's like APR, which we get through with that as quick as possible.
Okay, so it's a bit of a balance here. Don't destroy the business, but you can put the owner in jail. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah. At the end of the day, we go through the ADR and you realize that we still have issues. Then we put them before court, and that will minimize the number of people who go to court. So it's like we're screening, and those ones we deal with quickly, so that businesses can go on. And those ones which are recalcitrant, they will recommend that you should go to court, and that takes a whole lot of effort from us. Okay. And it's a very good ADR we do here in Ghana.
Good, thanks. Amos, would you throw them in jail and chop the business up?
Yeah, I have a different approach from my friend in Ghana. From my experience, these illegal fillers are not legitimized business people. They acquire illegal or non-compliant infrastructure equipment for filling. And in many cases, it's not that they lack knowledge or they don't have the knowledge or the education, because they are quite genuine people who know what they are doing. So in the end, if you actually don't destroy the equipment they are using and you entertain them, then definitely, from my perspective, is going to be a big problem. So that's what I can respond. But quickly, because we are closing, and Edward is here, I have participated in the standards harmonization for East Africa last week here in Nairobi. And I got an opportunity to interact with standards institutions for the 5 East African countries, as well as regulatory authorities. And I think EPRA was presented in that meeting as well. Now, what I'm going to quickly go through, I need some few minutes on that, sorry for that. Just to put into perspective, the way I know, the key roles of regulatory authorities, from my point of view, can be put into 4 or 5 categories. Number 1, regulatory authority is supposed to promote competition as well as economic efficiency for the particular goods or services which are provided in the industry. Number 2, they are supposed to protect the interest of consumers. Number 3, they are supposed to protect the financial viability of efficient suppliers. I repeat again, financial viability of efficient suppliers. Now, that goes into what my friend in Ghana was saying about the illegal refillers. Illegal refillers are not efficient suppliers. They are destroying the industry, so they should not be protected. Number 4, regulatory authority is supposed to ensure that there is an availability or accessibility of the goods and services regulated to all class of people at all level, including low-income people. That's very important. Number 5, regulatory authority is supposed to provide awareness to the consumers and all stakeholders. Now, having said that, normally regulatory authorities will regulate into 3 categories. Number 1, economic, which is basically normally we call commercial, and then the technical aspect. But now for LPG, I wanted to break down the technical, because LPG is a very special product. Technical should be technical per se and HSSE, which is basically health, safety, and environment. That's an important aspect. For LPG, my request, and that's what I tried also to tell the team last week, because these 2 key type of institutions, standards institutions as well as regulatory institutions, are very critical to ensure there is a growth in LPG in East Africa. Now, for the LPG sector in East Africa, I think because the industry is still in infancy stage, I don't think we need to regulate economically. I don't think we need to regulate commercially. in terms, when I talk about commercial, it means setting prices for LPG, because our sector is still growing. To encourage more investors in the sector, like people coming to put up infrastructure for terminals to receive LPG and depot, you actually need to ensure that the industry continues to regulate itself in terms of commercial. But the two key aspects, technical, in terms of now setting the standards and ensuring that whoever is operating in the industry complies, and number two is the safety aspect, ensure that the safety management process is in place. My last advice to regulators, and Edward is here. What I've seen over the time when we engage with regulators is actually the competence level of their people, their personnel. Normally, from point of view, the regulator should have an upper competence level compared to the people or to the industry they are regulating, because they are the people who are actually guarding the industry or the players. So the competence should be relatively higher compared to the industry. Now, I find this is very common to many regulators in the region and probably in Africa. We have to invest a lot in terms of competence of our people. For example, you have people setting standards for the region, and those are standards which are going to encourage investors. If we are talking here about LPG, they have to have a global perspective about LPG. They have to have the knowledge on LPG. They don't have to have the local knowledge only. And then you are putting those people in at that level to set the standard for the region. I'm just trying to give an example. I'm not saying that the people who were there last week did not have competence, but I'm just trying to caution it, because I've seen it, and it's very important to ensure that the competence level in the regulatory authority is improved. Number two, again, as I said, they should have a global perspective, especially for the goods and services which are traded internationally. Okay? Somebody can sit here in the room closed and he doesn't have any knowledge how, for example, the LPG dynamics globally are trending. And you're putting that person to set the standard which will be applicable for the next 10, 15, 20 years. That is a big challenge. So having a global context, having the continental context, and having the regional context is very important, rather than just having the local context. Now, the other thing is... Sorry.
I'm going to have to cut you short. One last point.
Okay, sorry. So the last thing, which is, I think, is key, is regulatory authorities should act proactively instead of reactively. Normally, you find that they come up to set the standards, whatever, once they see something is already there. We should actually act proactively, anticipate how the industry is trending, and then be able to formulate appropriate standards, which then, when the investors come, will get those standards are already there and be able to implement them. Thanks.
Thanks, Amos. And Edward, look, I'm not going to ask you to respond to that because you've been making notes, and I'm sure many of those points you're going to say, well, we do that anyway. So what I'm going to ask you is the opposite. I'm going to say to you, what would you be asking the industry to do?
Thank you. It's a tough question when you are the referee and you're being asked what you would want your players to do. One, of course...
Isn't it the conversation you have before the game in the changing rooms? You go and talk to the players?
I feel like I'm giving them a leakage to the game. Anyway, I think we do have the legislative framework on LPG, and What we would want as a regulator first is that everybody complies with the set rules. We have licensing conditions that you ascribe to before we give you a license. So I would want, and those conditions are basically derived from the regulatory framework. We have the regulations, we have the standards. So if everybody was to comply with their licensing conditions and the legal framework that is in place, I think our work would be much easier. And then the other thing I would also ask the industry is we do not set our own rules and regulations. We do work with industry and we legislate best practice. So when we are in the process of developing regulatory instruments, you find only a section of the industry participates because people are too busy chasing their businesses, but they do not feel like whatever we are doing might affect their businesses in future. Only for us to gazette those regulations, and then of course you find people asking you, why did you not consult us? So we would like a lot of participation from the industry and also anybody, other stakeholders who are interested. I think the other point is what my brother has raised. Let's work towards advocacy and educating consumers, especially. You know, most of the consumers they care for convenience. So then they will not care where they get their cylinder of gas. And the illegal refillers have found it easier, and that now talks to my fourth point. We have also to be innovative. The illegal refillers were the first ones to know that I can deliver a cylinder to your doorstep. We are middle class people, most of us, and this is the remote age era where you sit down, you don't have to go to your television set and change the way we used to do with the analog sets. So you sit down, you can change it. I'm sure some of you here can watch your home, even if it's in Tanzania. You can watch it on the phone because you have CCTVs that are connected to your phone. So let's be innovative in the way we do business. Look at other fast-moving consumer goods companies. What are they doing? The milk companies, they distribute their packet of milk every day. Every day you wake up, the shop next to where you live, you'll find a genuine milk packet. You'll find a genuine newspaper. Why can't people in the industry innovate such kind of a distribution mechanism and ensure that you have a milk run kind of distribution system to make sure that your product gets even to the remotest parts? I normally challenge people, if you go to the remotest part of your country, go to the shop in that the local shop in that area, you'll find a Coke soda. That soda is a genuine soda. How did it get there? And this is a gap the illegal refillers found, and they knew we can be able to make it easy for people. I can use your cylinder, deliver it to somebody's home, then they will think it's a genuine cylinder. But on the other hand, I feel it. So we have also to invest in terms of technology, innovation, make sure like we track those cylinders. And of course, there are new emerging kind of technologies that you also need to take into account. Like for example, we are running away from cylinder business. We are doing piped gas. So there are many gated communities in Nairobi. There are many gated communities in Dar es Salaam. Why are you waiting for other people to innovate for you? Why can't you move forward, put a tank in that gated community, distribute your LPG using pipe? And this is allowed in our legal framework now. We've allowed reticulation. But when I look at the uptake of reticulation, only like 3 residential flats here in Nairobi so far have taken up reticulation. So I think these are things we need to challenge ourselves. Let's stop doing business in the usual way, waiting for customers in our stations, where the illegal refillers are taking gas even to the remotest of the remotest areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Edward. Let me just come in quickly here because the LPG industry has been reticulating into high-rise apartments and densely populated areas for at least 40 years in other countries. So there's a lot of knowledge out there, and WLPGA put together a guide to putting reticulated systems in place. So there's experience out there and there's knowledge out there for Kenya if you want to move in that direction. So thanks for that. And just let me say thank you for coming today, because it was obviously a bit tough facing some of the comments that you've heard, but I hope that everybody's learnt from it. I'm going to give the last word to PIEA to sum up.
No, thank you very much, David, and thank you for all the panelists for being here today. From my perspective as a manufacturer, what we ask from the industry, from the standards body, is that all players are governed by the same set of rules, and it's not one set of rules for different players, and they abide by them in order to provide a very good product to the market, and we're able to grow this industry together. Thank you.
Thanks. I got the end of that. I've been a bit distracted here. So thanks for the summing up, and thank you all. I don't think we've got time, unless anybody got a burning question to ask. Yes, one here.
Good afternoon. Mine is just a comment in the Kenyan context in terms of the regulatory framework and how far we've come. We've worked closely with EPRA, the regulator, and in July, actually, we got a ruling, two rulings from the High Court that made pronouncements on the application of the maximum penalty, the 10 million. So it's a big win. No one has paid yet their warrants of arrest, but it's a good step, because for the first time a High Court has pronounced itself on a pertinent matter that lower courts did not quite have a clear way of dealing with it. So now moving forward, there's precedence. The lower courts will be able to apply the maximum penalty, and this will act as a deterrent for the illegal refilling. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So that was a bit of support for what's happened here in Kenya. There's a question at the front. Thanks, Alfred.
Thank you. My name is Alois, and I work for ED Advisory, a Pan-African consulting firm present in 26 countries. So my question is mostly just comparing the Kenyan case and the Tanzanian case. So the statement that was there was that clients are not willing to necessarily foot the cost of tracking cylinders. So is the thought that the low barriers of entry at 5,000 cylinders versus Tanzania at 100,000 cylinders contribute to that, in that it doesn't really make financial sense, that the loss on that capex does not warrant the cost of tracking, or the cost of tracking solutions as it is? And then just on the second question, you talked very well upon the tracking solutions that are in place in Tanzania. I did not get the sense as if it was implemented, rather that it was there regulatory wise. So are there tracking solutions currently in Tanzania that have been implemented across the 8 players? So that's the question to you. So the first one can go to Bachu, and then the second to you. Thank you. Okay, great.
Yeah, with regards to the first question, look, from general consensus in the market, when people, when they present us or when we present them, with a tracking solution, this is what is available, would you want it? They would rather use that money towards a marketing spend or towards running the business. And what they're relying on is hoping that the regulation is able to curb any sort of illegal activity, so that they're able to get the cylinders back in rotation. So, and to also answer that, the technology that's in the market is still not foolproof. There have been challenges. We've spoken to many of the players. They don't work 100%. They're there. People are interested about them, but they're not really providing the service that is required. N-gas does, but you have to be able to manufacture that yourself. And that is very costly. But like I said, that business model is a bit different from everyone else's.
Amos, do you want to respond to the other question?
Thanks. So I said this, in Tanzania we have a very good structure for LPG regulation framework. As I said, the flow is from the wholesaler, and the wholesaler is also an importer. So somebody can't be a wholesaler if he's not an importer, okay? Which I think is a bit different from Kenya, okay? So that's number one. Number two, the second level is super dealer. So the product flows from the wholesaler to a super dealer, and then at the down, we have a dealer who now sells to a consumer. So, for example, the solutions we have been talking here, for example, the tracking system, it can work very well in Tanzania because the supply chain is actually a 3-channel distribution channel, and therefore you have a control. A wholesaler at the top as an importer has a very good control towards the entire supply chain, how the cylinder flows. Here in Kenya, I know there are probably, Edward will correct me, not more than 5 importers for LPG. Your colleague. Sorry? Your brother, yeah. We import. I know by sea. Is it by sea or by? I know by sea. Okay, yeah. So importers when I say in Tanzania, importers are importers by sea, because those are the big guys who have big capital, and now we normally don't treat importers through roads. For example, somebody taking product from Kenya to Tanzania, that according to the law which we have, those should be the wholesalers who are able to do that. So if you have that structure, it becomes easier to track your. Now in Kenya, we know that, like what Edward is saying, those who are importing through roads, we also supply product from Tanzania to Kenya. Okay, I think last year it was around 90,000 metric tons. The previous year was more than 100. So, and those are the ones who have small plants here. They get product from Tanzania, they get into Kenya. They have their own small depot and filling plants. They fill into the cylinder, they sell it. So in Tanzania, you can't do that. So that's why I'm saying in Tanzania, it's easier to track that because it's controlled in a very coordinated structure.
Hadi, one question in the middle. Can we get Hadi a microphone?
My question is to, I think, Edward. It's a question and it's a comment or a request from my regulator to Kenya's regulator. I just want to find out, in order to address the issues of illegal filling in South Africa, the government is looking into regulating the actual filling plant. So regulation is a little bit complicated for us in that the depot at a certain size is regulated, but the filling plant, the actual LPG filling plant is not regulated. But ourselves as LPGSA and the regulator believe one way of addressing illegal filling is through regulating the plants themselves. And much of what Amos said about the responsibilities of a wholesaler actually is contributing to illegal filling. At least that's the wider belief from the regulatory framework in South Africa. So we just want to know, are you willing to engage our government in terms of knowledge sharing with regards to regulations of filling plants? They really would like to be in contact with you if that's something that you do. And how has it been faring off for Kenya, despite the wide illegal filling problems that you may have?
I think for you to win this game, you have to regulate the entire value chain. I can give you an experience we had as Kenya. We were regulating from importation, transportation, storage, filling, but we were leaving the last notch, which is the last mile, which is a retailer. But who gives business to these illegal people? It's a retailer. So if today I caught the retailer and find them some good amount of money, they will fear. And you know, there are so many retailers in this country. I think there are over 20,000. So we made a deliberate decision and said, you can't sweep your house and throw the ash just outside your door. When you get into that house from work, you will get the house dirty. So we are now trying to sweep our compound. We regulate the entire chain. So it is important that those filling plants, because they are the ones who perpetuate illegal refilling, they get regulated. In terms of knowledge sharing, I think we have very good rapport with our brothers from Zambia. We've also had good rapport with South African, I think, but on the electricity side. But they are welcome. I think we can have a lot of knowledge sharing. This week I'm hosting the NP of Ghana, the National Petroleum Authority, and I know next week ERB of Zambia will be here. So we do a lot of sharing as regulators, just to learn from each other. Because you see, like Zambia, their act was enacted in 1995. So they are quite experienced if you compare with us who came in 2006. So I think we will share contacts. We will be willing to host them, and so that we can learn from each other. I'm happy my brother from Dar here is giving me some points which I'll internalize and see how we can tackle them. But all said and done, I think in terms of tracking is already legislated in Kenya. It's only that we've not had people coming up with the solutions that we can replicate across the industry. We've had people coming with ideas of barcode tracking, others come with RFID tracking. They have their own weaknesses. We've also benchmarked with a few companies. I think there's a company from the US who has done tracking for cylinders in Barbados and whatever. They came and did a presentation. So we are still yet to get a solution that can be widely adopted, and maybe that's why we've not enforced that particular portion of the regulation. But we are open. If anybody has a tracking solution, I think they can approach us as a regulator, and then we can do a pilot, and then we'll adopt it as a country. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Edward. I think we'll have to call it a morning. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank the panel also from me. Thank you, Guaco from Ghana, for joining us. What you are not going to be able to do now is have lunch with us, but I have an invitation here for the panel, the other three members of the panel, plus Jimmy Lorenciano, Martin Kamani, and Elizabeth Machiri to join as well. And that is a meeting with Stanbic Bank to have further discussions about this subject. I've also got a request to all ladies in the room to make sure you come back after lunch, and also I would add all men in the room as well to come back after lunch. So particularly the ladies in the room, because there is an afternoon session that Alison's going to run on diversity and youth and gender balance. So come back for that at 2 o'clock. It's now 12:50, so we've got just over an hour for lunch. Encourage investment. Investors will not come into a country where there's and lunch is where it was before in the main restaurant. Alfred's going to have a word.
Good afternoon, Alfred Mungai here from PIEA. So just a brief announcement. The lunch for everyone is at the main restaurant. You'll get your tickets at the door. For the guys who have been called upon to remain behind, I'll be able to direct them to where they'll go to have lunch. Thank you.
Good, thanks Alfred, and thank you all for participating this morning. Thanks.
This village is Matanya. I grew up here. A lot of things have changed with the climate change. Back then, there was a lot of rains. Now we experience a lot of dry seasons. I like being a farmer because I can be able to feed my family, and I sell the rest to make money. In my farm, I grow maize, beans, potatoes, and fruits. Before, we don't have running water, just the well water. Using the well was hard. It's manual. It took me the whole day to draw the water from the well and taking it to the plants. The yield is very low. the sun crusher system. We have the solar panel that gives power to the battery, which sends electricity to the pump. It pumps water to the homestead and to my plants. Every day I get details through my phone, and then I decide when to irrigate, with how much water. It helps me grow better crops and to save more water for domestic use. I like doing my own work, being independent. That's how I was born. It is in me. I know I am going to improve my life. And my children, they are learning from me. They will be able people. It gives me hope. It gives me hope. This village is Matanya. I grew up here. A lot of things have changed with the climate change. Back then, there was a lot of rains. Now we experience a lot of dry seasons. I like being a farmer because I can be able to feed my family, and I sell the rest to make money. In my farm, I grow maize, beans, potatoes, and fruits. Before, we don't have running water, just the well water. Using the well was hard. It's manual. It took me the whole day to draw the water from the well and taking it to the plants. The yield is very low. The sun crusher system. We have the solar panel that gives power to the battery, which sends electricity to the pump. It pumps water to the homestead and to my plants. Every day I get details through my phone, and then I decide when to irrigate, with how much water. It helps me grow better crops and to save more water for domestic use. I like doing my own work, being independent. That's how I was born. It is in me. I know I am going to improve my life. And my children, they are learning from me. They will be able people. It gives me hope. It gives me hope. This village is Matanya. I grew up here. A lot of things have changed with the climate change. Back then, there was a lot of rains, snow. We experienced a lot of dry seasons. I like being a farmer because I can be able to feed my family and I sell the rest to make money. In my farm, I grow maize, beans, potatoes, and fruits. Before, we don't have running water, just the well water. Using the well was hard. It's manual. It took me the whole day to draw the water from the well and taking it to the plants. The yield is very low. The sun crusher system have the solar panel that gives power to the battery, which sends electricity to the pump. It pumps water to the homestead and to my plants. Every day I get details through my phone, and then I decide when to irrigate, with how much water. It helps me grow better crops and to save more water for domestic use. I like doing my own work, being independent. That's how I was born. It is in me. I know I am going to improve my life. And my children, they are learning from me. They will be able people. It gives me hope. It gives me hope.
Forecourt payment integration at your petrol station is the key to improve operational efficiency and reduce overhead costs. With the integration of the PIEA-WLPGA Sabi Smart POS to your forecourt controller, you can achieve exactly that. When a customer pulls up to refuel, your attendant with the PIEA-WLPGA Sabi Smart POS will take the order and enter it into the terminal with the amount and the nozzle number. The customer will have multiple payment options including credit or debit cards, mobile money, cash, and loyalty cards. Once the payment is made successfully, the communication is automatically sent to the pump to unlock the nozzle and the attendant can start pumping. Your customers will get a printed receipt for every transaction if requested, regardless of the payment method. All fuel dispensing activities and transactions are posted to a remote server with a dashboard that you'll have access to with real-time, comprehensive, and informative reports about sales and fuel remains. With the integration of the PIEA-WLPGA Sabi Smart POS to your forecourt controller, you'll get to reduce your operating costs, decrease fuel theft and revenue leakages, and improve the overall customer experience at your station. For more information, visit PIEA-WLPGA.com. Forecourt payment integration at your petrol station is the key to improve operational efficiency and reduce overhead costs. With the integration of the PIEA-WLPGA Sabi Smart POS to your forecourt controller, you can achieve exactly that. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge, from lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the Forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. When a customer pulls up to refuel, your attendant with the PIEA-WLPGA Sabi Smart POS will take the order and enter it into the terminal with the amount and the nozzle number. The customer will have multiple payment options, including credit or debit cards, mobile money, cash, and loyalty cards. Once the payment is made successfully, the communication is automatically sent to the pump to unlock the nozzle, and the attendant can start pumping. Your customers will get a printed receipt for every transaction if requested, regardless of the payment method. All fuel dispensing activities and transactions are posted to a remote server with a dashboard that you'll have access to with real-time, comprehensive, and informative reports about sales and fuel remains. With the integration of the PIEA-WLPGA Sabi, you can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payments.
İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanla işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel, hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanla işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanla işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanla işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin uçsel bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin uçsel bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin uçsel bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren. İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz. Bölgenin Uçsar bölgesindeyiz. Kapadokya'nın en yüksek, en zirvede bulunan bölgesinde hizmet veren bir oteliz. Şu otelin konsepti aslında bir şarap oteli. Kapadokya, Göreme, Avanos vadisini görüyor. Gaz olmadığı için, doğalgaz getirilmediği için mutfağımızda özellikle güzel bir restoranımız var. Her gün iyi bir şekilde randımanlı işleyen. Ondan dolayı gaz olarak LPG'yi, tüp gaz olarak LPG'yi kullanıyoruz. Yöresel bir mutfağımız var. Dünya mutfağı da var ama öncelikle bölgenin yöresel yemeklerine hizmet veriyoruz. Bundan dolayı da bölgede güzel bir ismi olan, aşağı yukarı 7 yıllık bir hizmet veren tesistir. Hem otel hem şarap mahzeni, şarap tadımları, Aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren.
I am WLPGA.
Ben LPGA'yim.
PIEA-WLPGA.
We are WLPGA.
Je suis WLPGA.
Anna, WLPGA.
Ich bin WLPGA.
Namimi, WLPGA.
Temos WLPGA.
我是 WLPGA.
I'm WLPGA.
Amra WLPGA.
E soy WLPGA.
E anch'io sono WLPGA.
私は日本の WLPGA 会員
저는 WLPGA입니다.
And I am WLPGA.
Ik ben WLPGA.
Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Na afu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20, hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Na afu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20, hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Na afu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20, hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Na sasa kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi inaua, ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20, hata 30, yaani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana.
I am WLPGA.
LPGA.
PIEA-WLPGA.
We are WLPGA.
Je suis WLPGA.
أنا WLPGA.
Ich bin WLPGA.
Namimi WLPGA.
WLPGA.
我是 WLPGA。
I'm WLPGA.
Amra WLPGA.
E soy WLPGA.
E anch'io sono WLPGA.
私は日本の WLPGA 会員。
저는 WLPGA입니다.
And I am WLPGA.
Ik ben WLPGA.
I am WLPGA.
LPGA.
PIEA-WLPGA.
We are WLPGA.
Je suis WLPGA.
أنا WLPGA.
Ich bin WLPGA.
Namimi WLPGA.
WLPGA.
我是 WLPGA。
I'm WLPGA.
Amra WLPGA.
E soy WLPGA.
E anch'io sono WLPGA.
私は日本の WLPGA 会員。
저는 WLPGA입니다.
And I am WLPGA.
Ik ben WLPGA.
Point, reducing labor costs. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge, from lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-PAL forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-PAL forecourt controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals, and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Management Solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge, from lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Management Solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA, for all your payments, anywhere, anytime. In your business, you have three main goals: sell your product, delight your customer, and have them come back over and over again. With the world going digital, your customers want convenient digital payment options. That's why you need PIEA-WLPGA, the #1 payment solutions provider for business owners just like you. PIEA-WLPGA offers a seamless payment experience for your customers by providing extensive payment options and easy-to-use payment methods for both your e-commerce and in-store business. It's free for your customers, great for your business, and you get an easy-to-use dashboard for easy reconciliation and faster settlement to any bank. We've got a fast and easy setup that will integrate seamlessly with your business, so you can focus on what you do best, delivering great customer experiences. PIEA-WLPGA. in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Management Solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge, from lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Management Solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA Forecourt Management Solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management.
I'd like to welcome the panel to the stage. We have Peter, who's representing Vivo today, Amos, who you heard earlier today, who's representing the Tanzania Association, and my friend Vinny from Taifa. Before we start, I'd like to extend a really massive welcome to PIEA and particularly to Wanjiku and her team. I've not been to Kenya for a while. It's a thrill to be back here. The content's been outstanding, I'm sure you'll all agree, and so a round of applause for the team. And I think that this is the last session, so thank you for coming back. It's a healthy audience, I'm really pleased. I appreciate you having a delicious lunch, and I know I coerced a few people into coming back, so I do appreciate this. We're starting just a little bit late, but I will aim to finish at 3:45. Now, we've got this panel here today, and then we're following it with probably the most exciting session, I dare say, which is the Women in LPG session at the end. So, thank you for your patience. What I'd like to do is kick off, as we have been doing, and has been sort of the standard in this series of really super debates. The theme for this afternoon is opportunities for wealth and employment in Africa promoting clean energy and technologies. So I think it kind of wraps up a lot of the themes that we've been hearing throughout the last 2 days. The opportunities, the dignity when it comes to supporting women in our industry, the importance of developing new technology so that our industry keeps moving forward. So what I'd like to do first is invite my panelists just to give an introduction of who you are, and I think we know Peter and Amos, but we haven't heard from you, Venny, so who you are, and then let's kick off with your thoughts on this, and where do you see the opportunities and the challenges, and then we can build a dialogue around that. So Amos, if I can start with you, please.
Thanks, Arson. Yeah, I think LPG brings a lot of opportunities, starting from the upper level to the most lowest level. Now, upper level basically starts from the infrastructure. When we talk about LPG, I understand most of the African countries do not manufacture LPG. Most countries import LPG from abroad. And if you talk about importation, then you need the infrastructure to be in place. Things like our port infrastructure. And then after ports, we need also terminals. Because ports receive ships which bring LPG product, but you need now to transfer that product from the ship to the nearby facilities, which are called terminals. So the opportunities in terms of wealth creation starts at the upper level, from our ports, then all the way downward. Now, after the terminals, after ports and terminals, you actually have to have inland distribution facilities, which are called depots, where you actually receive product from those terminals, and then you refill that product into cylinders, which then cylinders are distributed to end consumers. Now, by doing that, you need, for example, transport to transport the product. So other players who needed to come in are transporters. There are opportunities in terms of investing in the transportation sector. After that, then you have to have shops or retail shops where actually LPG product has to be distributed or served to customers. And those shops also creates a significant opportunity in terms of wealth creation. But quickly before I close, there are also attached opportunities to, if you take out the product value chain, there are some equipment which are involved in the LPG sector, appliances, for example, cooking stoves, accessories. So you have a quite wider, sort of spectrum where people can engage themselves to create wealth in LPG industry. And without forgetting, I think the mechanics, the welders, where we are going to, for example, when you want, for example, Kenya, I know this is happening across the region. Kenya, we had the permanent secretary yesterday here, and he told us that I think around 5,000 schools will be converted into LPG use. Now, to do that, you actually need welders who are going to put up those infrastructures, and therefore our institutions like what we call the vocational training centers need to be prepared, because we are going to see a high level of demand of LPG, and those mechanics, welders will be involved in the entire supply chain to improve the infrastructure for LPG distribution. So that's the way I see it from my point of view.
Thank you, Amos. Actually, I think you just wrapped it up pretty well. There's nothing else to say. No, I agree. There's the whole value chain where there's significant opportunity. And it's not just for wealth creation. We're also going to talk about jobs, because each of these, from the terminal to the shops to the welder, that's a job opportunity for somebody. But alongside that, begs the question how, and I think that's something that we'll address as we develop this discussion. So plenty of sort of food for thought there. Can I pass it over to you, Vinny?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Veneranda Masum. I'm the Managing Director of Taifa Gas Kenya. Taifa Gas Kenya, just to hear a little bit about Taifa, I think my colleagues had an opportunity to talk about the organization or the association they work for. So a little bit about Taifa Gas. We are the importers, distributors, marketers of LPG and related accessories. We started our business in Tanzania. We have a footprint in Tanzania. We've been in the business for more than 15 years, and we are trying now to come into the Kenyan market. We are present in Uganda. We have registered companies in Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, etc. So that's a little bit about Taifa. What we're trying to do in Kenya, we have got the licenses to put up, I believe for now, what will be the biggest terminal in the country, if that goes to pass. And from there, we are also putting up, sort of supporting inland terminals that my colleague Amos was saying earlier, across the country. Before I dive into what Alice, or rather the topic of the day, we need to ask ourselves, why are people not using LPG? People are not using LPG for various reasons. One of the reasons is accessibility. Accessibility in the fact that if you look at our Kenyan market, for example, 70 or more than 80% of the depots, they are actually located in Nairobi. We have huge opportunity outside of Nairobi to put up depots so that we bring the product closer to the end users. By doing so, there's going to be jobs creation along the way. Not only from the companies who are going to put up these depots, but also we are looking at the people who are going to handle now the product across the LPG value chain. And we are talking about distributors. I think I'm going to stick to the traditional model, even though as Taifa, we are also diversifying into technology. But also, I strongly believe in the traditional model of distribution. In as much as we are having challenges in Kenya, there are also some huge opportunities if we get to clean up the market. As companies alone, we are not able to handle product exclusively ourselves. I believe in synergies. I believe in working together with the community, with other people, in creating opportunities for them. Now, in the distribution model, right, I pick from where Amos was saying, we have the inland terminals. Assume, as Taifa, we have built a depot in Bungoma, in Kisumu, in Eldoret, etc. From there, the product needs to get to the end user. We need to be able to make that product accessible. How are we going to do it? There is an opportunity for distributors who are going now to buy directly from the company, and they are going to take that product down the line to our retailers in the small shops in the streets. And these retailers, they are going to take that product to our homes, to the end users. So there is an opportunity of wealth creation in a way that distributors now will be involved in the chain and making it accessible downwards. If you come to retailers, most of companies, I think that's where we're having challenges. I believe there is also an opportunity of us, my colleague Elizabeth did mention earlier. I believe there is an opportunity of training. We need to train these retailers. They do not need to look at the business short term. We need to train them on the pros and cons. Now, people who are doing consultancies like Elizabeth, like Lucy in the room, this is part of the job that they can do. So that they see, the retailers see the value of working with the proper companies, doing ethical businesses, because by that way their business can grow. So we can clean up that market nicely, create a good opportunity of them earning, because people will use product if it's available, if it's accessible. Let's make a point of taking product in every street, and it's doable, it's possible. We've done it in other countries. I like the distribution model in Kenya. Most gas goes through the retail stations, but also there is a massive opportunity of us, creating at the shop level, because, not everyone is able to have a car to pick it from the retail station. But if you have shop at every street, then you have the motorcycles or whatever way model of delivering now to their homes. These are all sort of opportunities along the way. But also there is an opportunity in the technology, in the reticulated system. I know we have been mentioning earlier. So far in Kenya, I think there are only like 3 blocks of apartments that have reticulated system. That is another opportunity for people to take on. We don't need to stick to Nairobi alone. We can take this reticulated type of system now to the rest of the country. To do reticulated system, you need technicians, you need mechanical guys, you need, a well-trained team, to take that on. So that is also another opportunity that I see. From where I'm sitting, LPG in our countries, we import, I think, 100% of everything. But it's an opportunity also for our technical colleges. Why are we not making some of the accessories locally, If we are able to add that value by making some of the things, some of the accessories locally, then we are really able to create opportunities for our youth, create opportunities for our people, and reduce the unemployment rate in the government. I think for now I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and lots to pick up on there. Education is something that I'd like to come back to when we draw into our discussion, but you mentioned something that resonated with something that a gentleman in one of the previous panels said, and he said wherever you go in Kenya or even around the world, you see bottles of Coca-Cola, and it's the real thing. Now, we also say that, like Coca-Cola, you've got LPG, which also can be transported anywhere in the world, and we say the similarities between Coca-Cola and LPG are exactly that, and also we say they're both simply energy in a bottle as well. So I think your access question is one to pick up on, and also we'll come back to education right at the basic level. But Peter, let's hear your opening comments, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Let's take a helicopter view on this subject, because occasionally I've met people who have told me, Peter, you are in a dying business. And I've looked at them and wondered, what are they referring to? Are they referring to probably a phase out of fossil fuels, or what are they referring to? Think about it. The world needs energy. There is no way we can move without energy. Now, that energy somehow has to be found and has to be transmitted or transported or put in place for people to use. And when you're in an energy business, your work should be to try and find the best ways how to provide this sustainably. So the whole idea here is, how do we do this sustainably? It is not who is getting out of the business. And if you think of that, then you come down and realize that the opportunities are great. Because if you speak of Africa alone, you are speaking of a continent of 1.1+ billion people, or more than 1.1 billion people, growing at probably the highest rate that you can see in the world, and who have a very big shortfall in getting or accessing that energy. So the growth potential is not the numbers we present here. We can see them, but we see them because that's the capacity that currently is available to tap on those people and improve their lifeline. And if you think it from that perspective, then you start seeing the opportunities. And that's why, as we continue with the process of transitioning, because it's transitioning, some products will be replaced at one time. Nobody knows. If you ask me when the first plane will fly with the solar, I don't know. But are there efforts to try to look for mix of fuels that can be more sensitive to the environment in the flying? Yes. If you tell me which day will Kenya stop having cars fueled with fuel, I don't know. But is there a transition to electric vehicles? Do we still need the fossil fuel? So, in the context of that, what is happening? The market is opening up, the population is growing, the economies are growing. So if you think of it, there has been some injections and transitions that are happening in a country like Kenya here, if we pick it. But the statistics are still below 1% of anything you talk about. So it's miles and miles away from getting it right. And that presents the opportunity for each one of us. And make no mistake, this opportunity is not even distorting the existing businesses. Because even the existing businesses are not growing at the same pace as these countries' needs. Let's pick LPG, which is, has been there for long. We've all seen LPG for a long time. We're now talking big about it. But if you ask colleagues from North Africa, today here in Kenya, we are talking of 6 kilos per capita. Some countries are talking of 70 kilos per capita. Now, take that and multiply with the Kenyan population alone and tell me the opportunity that is available. It's huge. Is this opportunity really replacing the existing 6 kilos, or is an added opportunity? So think about it. Where do you fit to bring Kenya to that? And it is possible to bring the country to that, because those who are not using LPG today, it's not that they have a better source of energy, is they are basically deforesting, creating deforestation. And we are basically trying to plant 15 billion trees to replace that. So you can see the correlation. For me, what I see with this transition is opportunity. And I can take it low, to the lower level. What are we doing today? I spoke yesterday to partnerships, because we can't do everything. Let me pick one classical one, Cocoa Network. Rubadiri was speaking about cocoa. A few years ago, it wasn't there. They are selling ethanol. We are not the ones selling ethanol, but they needed partnership with us to bring that ethanol for them to sell. That thought initially did not have the farmer. We've now gone and realized, oh, this actually partnership can go up to the farm, to the person who is producing sugarcane. What is that doing? It's the ripple effect of the opportunity. Has that come and taken the business Vivo Energy was doing? Far from it. It's not. It's part of the growth and transition to give people what they need. And that's how we should look at it. You can drill it down, whether it's LPG. We've started a big business in solar, to tap solar. It's untapped in Africa. It's there in plenty. We are not experts. We are looking for partnerships. We are driving technicians who know that. A lot of EV business is coming with technology. That is not the expert area for most of the people are here. We are tapping those partnerships. These people are bringing technology that can be used to make sure this works. So the ecosystem that exists in this transition to cleaner energy presents the next level of opportunity, probably that we saw with the telecommunication sector in the last decade, is the next level of opportunity. Trust me, the untapped potential is significant. So the question of whether it's there, should not be there, is who has the courage to move into that space and what speed do we put it? And that's why we all need to discuss further and start taking those actions seriously to try and tap that. And as we tap that, we are creating employment, we are creating partnerships that are spreading the message that creates opportunities that try to save our planet. And as we save the planet, we make it more sustainable. Then we focus more on areas that, of course, can bring development in a country like Kenya and the rest of Africa. So that's how I would want to put it. It's very difficult to specify which opportunities one by one, but it's huge. And if you look at it from that level, you realize that we far from satisfying that space, far from it.
Thank you, Peter. That is what we need and what we want, is to hear a note of extraordinary positivity, because what we see, particularly in Africa with the growing population, and we do not see this as a dying industry by any stretch of the imagination. Just the first thing you said, I'm not sure I'm going to be on that first solar plane. I think I think that's going to take a brave person, I think. You said you mentioned a lot of the drivers in Africa, and particularly in this region, a lot of the opportunity in this 100-year-old industry that we're confident will be going well into the point where we're all retired. One thing I'd like to touch on education, and because we've talked a lot about wealth creativity, and we'll come back to that, but in order to have a motivated workforce, because part of this discussion is about employment, and I mean, we probably all think we work for the best industry in the world. I know I do. What we do see from the World Association is a difference between the perception of working in fossil industry to versus here, where LPG is still a much valued industry, fuel. I want to give you an example which I found quite shocking when I first found out about it. And in Europe, particularly in the UK, and I think in the US as well, there is a movement called fossil-free future careers. I think that's what it is. And there are some key universities in the United Kingdom, two of them, Sheffield University, which is where I'm from, and I think it's Cambridge University. They ban oil and gas companies from going to recruitment drives in those universities. And they have, and I've been online to check this out because I find this startling and a backward step. And they've got thousands of people who they're not educated in the benefits of what you were saying, Peter, is that we still need this energy here now, today. And I also want to pick up on the fact that you said there's a lot of a sense of urgency. So I wanted to, before we move on about the sort of the opportunities and the drivers and any gaps and how we get there, I wanted just to ask you, for our knowledge, do you have a perception thing, or are people like thrilled to work in our industry because they see the benefit of it? And at what level do we start educating our youth about the benefits of working in our industry so that they are driven to seek out careers with the people around this table? Amos, if I may ask for your thoughts on that from a Tanzanian point of view.
Yeah, thanks. I think the commitment starts with us who are sitting in this room. I think we are talking to each other. I tend to believe that most of us here are already exposed to the LPG industry, and probably that's why we are here. And many of us who are not here do not have that appropriate knowledge on the advantages of LPG. So it's really up to us here to really try to advocate the relevance of LPG, and we should do it practically, consistently, and with a lot of confidence. I've gone around, especially in our market in Tanzania. I think at some point, we talked before, we are not investing a lot in terms of awareness. Now, as long as you talk about the issue of affordability, accessibility, traditional beliefs, whatever you can talk. But I normally, in principle, I put affordability as the last obstacle. Because you can't talk about affordability if in cities, for example in Nairobi today, there are people who are quite well educated, there are people who are quite well financially, they have relatively better income, but they're still using charcoal, say, yeah? They are not using LPG. So you ask yourself, why? And we talk about accessibility. You walk just outside few meters, there are some retail shops, selling LPG cylinders, but there are people who are driving their vehicles, they are coming from big offices. Don't they see that? They really access the product, but they don't want to make decision to shift from dirty fuels to cleaner fuels. So I'll put awareness as the first initiative or sort of effort which we need to do for us who are sitting here today. Awareness is very key. Now, once you have put awareness as a key subject, you'll actually address the second challenge, which is traditional beliefs. I think yesterday we heard that we have those myths that people want to cook some food using the traditional or conventional dirty fuels, charcoal. Because even in Tanzania, you ask people, they want to cook rice, they feel that cooking rice using charcoal gives you a good taste. Cooking beans using charcoal gives you a good taste. Yeah? And those people, there are many in our societies, and they are they have relatively better income. So how do we convert those people to actually shift it to LPG instead of, for example, starting to address the issue in rural areas or peri-urban? So my call to us here is, as we get out of this conference, I think our key commitment should be to educate our people why LPG is a good product to use, especially for cooking. Now, after that, I want just to give you some insights in terms of the potential level we have in LPG in creating jobs and opportunities. Today, in sub-Saharan Africa, taking out the North Africa, which is quite advanced in terms of using clean cooking energy, sub-Saharan Africa, most people currently are using biomass, which is basically wood and charcoal. Some of them are using kerosene. Fortunately, in Tanzania, kerosene is not a big issue currently. I think the consumption of kerosene is dying completely. But in some areas, I know in Kenya it's still there, as well as in Uganda. Now, what is going to be the next source of cooking energy? Honestly, and I project it, maybe in 5 years' time from now, basically I see LPG is going to be the key source of cooking energy for the entire sub-Saharan Africa. Now, the countries which are, as I said, LPG we import from abroad. So let's say in East Africa, we get LPG through Mombasa port and Dar es Salaam port. And these two countries will determine the use of LPG in landlocked countries like Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, Zambia, Malawi, etc. Okay? Those are opportunities. It means if whatever we are doing here in Kenya, we are doing in Tanzania, we have to put in mind that those kind of initiatives we are making, commitment we are making, are going to produce ripple effects to landlocked countries. And those economies depend will depend on the two economies, Kenya and Tanzania, to feed them LPG. So by itself, that's a huge opportunity. Now, why I'm taking in landlocked countries. So if today, in terms of education, if today, and I've practiced it because professional, I'm an engineer. Today, you want to get welders to do the infrastructure for a supply, for LPG supply infrastructure in the hotel, in the college, in the prison. You have to get welders. You have to get technicians. Now you go in the market, you don't find those people. You know why? Because LPG does not use a normal welder. That welder should have proper qualifications in terms of certification, because there are standards which are supposed to be followed when somebody put up the infrastructure of LPG. For those who know, those standards are quite relevant in case an incident occurs in terms of fire, killing people. People will come and investigate and see whether you used the proper technicians to install those facilities. Now, and therefore, the welders, for example, we need to convert them. Currently, you find many welders in the market are standard 7. Okay, in Tanzania, we call standard 7, but basically they are at primary level, education level. They are not qualified. They've just learned to do that job in the streets. They don't have any certifications. Okay? So the initial point should be to really, how do we transform those people? We don't take them out of the whatever they have been doing, but we maximize their opportunities by developing them, by certifying them. In that case, we are helping them to raise their value, to create value, and be able to earn much more earnings in the future. So I think as I said, our training institutions, especially, I don't want to talk about universities because it's a bit high, but vocational training should now start be thinking about how do we educate our people to be able to be prepared to serve the market for the expanding LPG consumption in the region in East Africa, but the rest of sub-Saharan Africa.
Thanks, Amos. And I can't agree with you more about the need for advocacy and awareness. And I think that it all starts with that. And then, like you say, then it drifts down to respectfully handling traditional beliefs with education that nevertheless sort of maintains respect. I want to mention one thing that ties in, I think, with what you're saying, and it's like, how do we cascade this information, and how do we make sure that the information that we cascading globally is credible and correct? And as the global association, and David mentioned this earlier, we've got 300 members, but around 30 of those are fellow trade associations. So that's 10% of our membership is fellow associations all around the world, and hopefully Tanzania, including, of course, here in Kenya. Now, why are associations so critical? They're critical because they can do this spider web of network to reach in country where we can't reach because we don't have that membership that deep. And it's absolutely critical that we work closely with Wanjuku and her peers and the 30 other associations. We have regular meetings, we share best practices, and I think that will help go, hopefully, some way towards this issue of educating, and also you said, how to give a sort of a sense of pride to people by giving them more than a job, giving them a career with prospects in this long-term future. So, Benny, your thoughts on education and awareness?
Thank you, Alison. My views is that if you are to compare Africa and Europe or America, today we are where they were maybe 20 years ago. I strongly believe in our African context, there is an opportunity for the uptake of LPG as a transitional energy. It's going to be a big thing for us because for us now it's just on the uptake. We need to train and train and train. We need to make awareness, and we cannot do this single-handedly. All private companies, they need to play part in doing the training, on the awareness campaign, on the media, but also the governments have to play its role also to talk on the benefits of LPG, of a biomass fuel. If you look at the statistics, and we are looking at this yesterday, we're having around 21,000 deaths every year in Kenya that are caused by the indoor air pollution. Our neighbors, Tanzania, are not spared. They are having around 33,000 deaths every year. Now, if you are to go to university and make these facts known to these graduates, to our colleges, they need to understand the effects of using biomass. For me, LPG is the best next option that Africa has. I go further. If you look at, I'm from Tanzania, by the way. In Tanzania, for so many years, we have been having issues with our old mothers and grandmothers being killed because they believe that they are witches. And why do they believe that they are witches? Because over time, they've been using charcoal, they've been using firewood, and the effect of the soot, the effect of the smoke, it affects their eyes. Now the eyes becomes red. They have been those deaths, especially in the rural areas, not understanding that is the effect that is caused by using biomass source of energy. So to me, awareness on all levels, you can start as early as the primary schools. When the PS was here yesterday and he was talking about converting schools in the next 3 to 5 years, and he gave statistics, there are about 5,000 schools. So you can imagine if we start with those schools, you don't end up just dumping the tank for them to be able to use gas, for their meals at school, but also take it as a lesson so that these kids can learn, what does it do? You will be surprised. A lot of these are coming from villages. They're coming from very poor homes. Most of them have not heard about LPG. So that also could be the source of learning. And we as company, and that is the challenge with, to my colleagues in the room, we should not end up looking at that as a business entry. You put a tank and then you're good to go. But if we go further and saying now, you are training not only the cookers, but you are training the teachers, you are training the students, so that becomes their first exposure to the clean source of cooking. And from that, they're going to take it to their homes. So it's like you're giving them that hunger to go and change their lives and better their lives. So to me, I cannot overemphasize on the training. We need to train. There is an opportunity. The first world, the developed world, they've gone way ahead. But Africa, this is our time. So let's use this time to educate our youth, to educate our children. In turn, they're going to educate our mothers, our families, and change Africa for the better. So Africa, this is our time.
Thank you. That's very powerful. And LPG is the next best option. I like that. Thank you. I wanted to mention the WLPGA runs a campaign called Cooking for Life. Has anybody ever heard of it? Cool. So Cooking for Life, for those who have not heard of it, is a campaign that we launched in 2012. Why did we launch this? Because we believe, exactly as you were saying, Benny, how important it is to bring clean cooking fuels into particularly more below poverty line families. Now, the premise of Cooking for Life is to convert 1 billion people from cooking with biomass to LPG by 2030. Now, that sounds like a lot, but we are well on the way. With the big conversion schemes that are going on in India and that have successfully taken place in Indonesia, we're seeing millions of people being converted. And that is taking into account what you mentioned, those traditional values and respecting that. Did you know as well that more people die from the effects of indoor air pollution than die from each year, than die from HIV, from malaria and tuberculosis combined? And I think, David, am I right, it's over 4 million people a year. And I think that if you go into a university without, or any sort of seat of learning with that statistic, you think how much attention HIV gets and those other, and yet we have the solution here in our hands. So there is that personal element that I think that we don't go in for when we do our advocacy, we don't really go down the sort of the very personal, but I think when you start talking of those numbers, it makes you sit up and think. So, Peter, I can see you nodding. Your thoughts on that?
Thank you. I think without repeating what the other panelists have said, if you think of it, what we've picked from this forum is we are not disputing there's a big gap which presents a big opportunity, and we are also not in dispute that we can see the future. And we not only see that future, we agree it's the way to go. You don't have to kill 4,000 people every year to notice what that means, if you have capacity to stop it. So, but one issue that comes clearly is we've not made faster progress like probably would be today sitting down here to celebrate in a couple of markets. So the task for us is, and I've seen this, is part of World LPG Association, is you cannot unlock all this without really trying to create the demand. And you will not create demand with ignorant people. People, if they don't know, they don't know. They will not use LPG because they believe it will explode. That's it. They will not use it. They will use charcoal because they think food tastes better. They have no idea what other impact of charcoal has on that food. You've had people open gas stoves at night. They put them to heat themselves. They are dead of carbon. They don't understand. And therefore, if I pick on that level of awareness and using our educational institution, is probably one of the biggest transition areas we can make, because that will unlock the potential. When that person in the rural area walks around the families and tells them, what you are doing here, you think you are saving money by using Kenya shillings 150 a day to cook, but you can use 40, but not 40. With cleaner energy, you don't have to keep wiping your eyes at night. You don't have to worry who is in the house. You can even sit. And some of this is the sitting area, is the kitchen, is the dining and everything. You cannot coexist this because the cleaning, the cooking is clean. And people start to appreciate that level. We will not unlock it. So we have to go there. And we have, it will stem from the classroom. It is important to incorporate that transition mind of what energy is from the universities, from the schools, but we also need to take it to the informal sector to tell people what this means. It's not just another form of technology we are just bringing, it's about life. And if we start doing that, plus on top with a listening government, because we need a lot of support from the government, plus partners who are willing to finance this, because it requires financing. If today we had somebody who can go and give LPG cylinders for free in every homestead in Kenya, and with awareness, probably we can see a 30–40% jump, because probably what is stopping people is the investment. Who comes there to help? So if we all join together, then we are going to succeed. But we will not succeed unless people know the value. And that value, we have to tap it from the lowest to the highest, and that's why it's important as we transition with the education system, we transition the job creation, not necessarily like you mentioned some places in America don't talk about it, but when Peter goes to talk to students, when anybody here goes to talk to students who want to join the oil industry, are you going to tell them about petrol, or are you going to tell them the story about how the oil industry is evolving? That message is the message that will create the interest, because then people can see the future of the entire industry up to the end and how it moves with the world. That's what I can give. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're absolutely right. And of course, when we talk about smoke in homes, who is it that's suffering the most with the cooking and lighting the fires from early in the morning and it not going out? It's the women. And then, of course, it's the little kids because they're with their mummies. So the instant you introduce LPG into this kind of community, you immediately improve quality of life. Immediately. The flame is on, it's off. So yeah, and so what's very clear from how our discussion is going is that we agree there is significant potential, and I see 4 drivers that are coming to the fore here: education and awareness, which I do agree with you, Amos. I think that is number 1. Government support, developing rich partnerships, and innovation as well. We touched on that before, because I think without innovation, our industry is still sort of risks being stuck in the 20th century. But we're supposed to finish at 3 o'clock. I know we started a little bit late. This is a very sort of rich theme of discussion. So I'd like to open the floor to any questions from the participants here. So anybody got any thoughts or comments on what you've heard in the last 45 minutes? If I don't hear any, I take it that you agree on absolutely everything that we say. I can see nods there from our friends. Okay, no questions at all. Right, in that case, we'll wrap up, but what I'd like to hear from you is your top 3, not the ones that we just said. What are your top 3 drivers for success? And we can go quite macro on this. What would you like to see happen now? Because we talk about midterm, we talk about long term, but a lot of what I hear wherever I go in the world is that we need to act now. Whether it's in the developed world, where we're looking at renewables, for example, which is more a sort of a European product that we're developing. But what would you see as your top 3 in your ideal world? What would happen in the next year when we reconvene, that we can have this and say, this happened, even if it's like a fairy story? Moss, over to you. Just think big.
Top 3, maybe I can put like this. As I said, we do have a lot of this kind of conferences and workshops, many of them. How we should ask ourselves, what kind of impacts do they create, especially in our LPG industry? I think within 2 weeks, we have had in East Africa, I think this is the second or third conference, oil and gas. Of course, although the levels are different, in Uganda it was mainly for East Africa, mainly for upstream, and this week we are having this one. And then I'm told there is another one happening here in Nairobi. But I can say this, when we meet next time, it is up to us, each of us who are in this industry, to ask himself or herself what kind of impact you have created to ensure that LPG consumption becomes the best source of cooking energy in East Africa in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I think we've discussed a lot, and I think we can do a lot. So my take is that we should play our role, because we are the ones who are expert in LPG. We are the ones who know what advantages come with LPG. So we need to go out there and put our energy and effort. The government, the good thing in East Africa now, the government is quite aligned. I can see all governments have already now put the policies and regulations. There is a very good move from the government. Now, the government, as you know, normally governments have many issues, have many priorities to focus on. So we need, it is upon us to put pressure on the back of the government to ensure things are driven. Whatever plans they've put, they'll not move if we don't exercise our obligation and commitment to ensure that by next time we come here, we have made an impact in the LPG industry.
Thank you. So that's a call to action for every single person around these 11 tables here. When we come back in a year, hopefully, Alfred, you'll invite us, we have something to say, because you're right, we are very, very, very good at talking to ourselves. We're brilliant at advocating within the LPG industry, and what we need to do is take it that step further in the external world. So, Rennie, what would your little wish list be for when we reconvene in a year?
Thank you, Alison. For me, the first thing, as much as we have very good regulations across the East Africa, I would like to see enforcement. That is first and foremost. If you talk to all players around the room, we are all suffering from the huge investment that we have to do in the LPG sector, but the returns are very, very small. The cylinder rotation are very, very low in Kenya. So what I would like to do, the regulator, to borrow the good practices. They've been talking earlier. Tanzania has done very well. They have the best regulation. I would like to see enforcement so that companies are free to invest. That is one. Two, I would like the government sort of to put their money where their mouth is, and really just to go now and implement what the government has been promising to reach out for the 70% of Kenyans. The 70% of Kenyans that are not using LPG. So I would like, when we sit here next year, we are able to assess the numbers. We know what we did last year, 324, a year before, 371. So I would like us to have made a step, but not only a step in terms of the volumes that we have done, improvement in our businesses. I would like to sit around the room with our Africa's, the Total, and says, you know what, whereby I was getting a cylinder rotational maybe twice, or, I'm able now to get it maybe 3, 4, 5 times. So to me, that would have been an achievement. And the very last one that is very close and dear to my heart, to sit and look back that we have done a lot in terms of investment on awareness and training. Let us not get tired. Every one of us in their little ways, if we are able to lobby through government, they can also take on the awareness campaign. Let us do it, because we know we are doing it for the bigger goal of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's get some activity from those policymakers. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Peter.
Let's break it into the 3 groups that have been attending this forum. Let me start with the government. It's like legislation and enforcement. What we would want to see next year if we meet here is we are not complaining about enforcement of legislations that have already been put in place that are scaring away investors. If the government does that and continues to enforce that, they will put more confidence. To us here who are the investors, we are joined by partners. We have banks here, We have other institutions that we need each other. And when I say partnership, is not necessarily only provision of capital for investment. It's technology. It's in the full scope of this. What we want to do is more of that partnership, and more precisely focusing on what we've discussed, especially if we pick LPG as one of the key areas or levers that we see very open and very huge potential. So let's start investment. Let's unlock the infrastructure. Think of it in Kenya here, we are far from it. So if we're talking of building facilities, let's meet here and say we are now 40%, 50%. That area needs to move. Last but not least, and this is to all of us now here who are players in the market, the opportunity is there. Let people know that we have cleaner energy. So it's the responsibility of all of us to drive the demand. It doesn't mean it's only telling people. It's whichever way we do to drive demand will change everything. Whether it's you are going there to market, whether you are going there to explain, to tell, you will drive demand. You are the one who will go and tell somebody in a Nyamachoma place that, you know what makes you feel the Nyamachoma is better is because it has a lot of carbon. But that carbon probably has side effects. One day you might start developing, what do they call those things? Gouts. So let's do the gas one. It may not taste the same, but it's healthier. It's from those basics that we will change. And all of us have a role to play. And if we agree all of us have a role to play, and we put actions that we can come and track 1 year from today, then we will have seen progress, because the opportunity to make progress is there, and it's not a big struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the closing thing is there are opportunities, and we all are ambassadors. We all have a role to play. I'd like to thank Peter, Veni, and Amos for joining me. Fantastic panelists. Warm round of applause, please, for them. So I'll drawing this session to a close. Do not leave. I'm having the doors locked because we are all set for the final session, one that's very dear to my heart, as a lot of you know. I'd ask you respectfully to take your seats in the audience. Veni, don't move. And it's the last session, so hold on. It's a little bit different, and I have how it's going to work is that I have a little presentation. I'm going to go down the steps and ask Alfred if you could launch my presentation. I'd like to invite Vivian and Hadi to join me on the stage as well, so please join us and we will set off. Now it's on, thank you. So a warm round of applause for Vivian, Veni and Hadi, who you all know, I think. Okay, this is, have you got my, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. This has been 2 days of outstanding content, and with themes recurring again and again. And one of the themes is the importance of women in our industry, the importance of bringing respect to the women in our industry. And one of my roles, as well as being the Director of Communications for the WLPGA, is that I manage the global Women in LPG network. Who's heard of Women in LPG? Yay, okay. They'll 100% show at the end of it. So when I joined this industry 12 years ago, I would be at an event like this and literally I'd be one of the only women. And I think that over time, it's so incredible to see it's not a shock now to see I think about a 50% turnout of women, and I just think that today, ladies, it's our time to shine, and this is what this is all about. So I'd like to give an overview first of what the network is. So why did we have a network for women? And I'll talk a little bit about, a lot of the time people say to me, well, what do you do? And I'd like them to talk about national chapters. So why women in LPG? Now, I believe that a picture paints 1,000 words, so let's look at this throwback photo. Get the picture? This was us in South Korea in 2015. And not long after that, we decided that we needed to do something about the face of WLPGA, or the industry. But do we provide dream jobs? This is going back to education. 55% of graduates entering the workforce are women. We're not a minority, but only 10% enter at executive level. And women are twice as likely to drop out mid-career. We listened, and we listened to what the NGOs said, that a lot of the people that we work with around the world. And if you think about it, most women, most people who make the decisions on the consuming of LPG are women. It's the women that cook. And it's largely women who use the product. Yet, within the industry itself, at executive level, there are relatively few women. And the lack of gender balance, you can see oil and gas is way, way down. So in 2015, after this historic photograph in Seoul, we sat down and we said, I think we need to do something to address this. And the WLPGA, as the global body, is really uniquely positioned to set this in motion. And this change was driven by the launch of Women in LPG, which I was very proud to be at the helm of. So what do we actually do? Well, what we did was we looked around at other, particularly oil and gas industries, and we worked out that actually the LPG industry is one of the few that didn't have a network for women. And we looked at the nuclear industry, and the nuclear industry faces quite a lot of the challenges that we face, in that there's a perception about nuclear, and they have a network called Women in Nuclear that's been going for over 20 years. They've got 25,000 members and 40 chapters around the world. So it's an incredibly sort of successful network, and we took a lot of inspiration from them. We met with them and we shared their practices because we felt that they had a really good system going. So what we do, we treat it as a business, we treat it seriously. It's not because it's fun to have women around. There's good business reasons why it's important to have women on boards. So every year we produce an action plan. And this action plan is available on the WLPGA website, and it outlines our objectives for the year, and we have a whole list of objectives which I won't go through. We have 4 pillars of activity. The first pillar is to support and retain women in the industry. We don't want people to leave mid-career. We want to nurture them. The second one is promotion and advocacy. When you go back to your jobs, tell people about this network. Let's not keep it, because a lot of the hands said, oh, I hadn't heard about this. Let's spread the word, because it's a really valuable network. Educate and attract. We've talked about education, but educating women, get girls into STEM subjects, educate at sort of junior level, but also attract women to the industry. And fourthly, we listened, because when we launched the Kenya chapter, we launched a 4th pillar, which was encourage and develop, because we also want to encourage women to use LPG, because what we've seen, especially in countries like India, where they actually then go on to become distributors and work in the workforce, because they recognize the value of our exceptional energy. How can we achieve gender balance? And I won't read this out, but there are various ways that we can achieve this at the very entry level by encouraging women to engage in STEM subjects. In mid-career, let's make sure we've got equal opportunities. And also apply work-life balance. I mean, we all lived through COVID, right? And we all set a different way of working. And for women who maybe have kids at home, who nevertheless maintain their roles as the primary a mother figure, if you like, they need that flexibility. And at executive level and senior level, let's make sure that the roles are there. So this year, it's the start of a new 3-year plan for our association, and we've got lots of new activities going. We're headed up, I can't get rid of that, sorry. We're headed up by an amazing lady who's our global chair, Pam Inderjeeth, who is the managing director of Oryx Energies in South Africa. Thank you. As our global chair, she is sort of our figurehead. We had a target to launch at least 2 new chapters around the world. I'll talk about that in a minute. We're going to have a global webinar in June, actually, and at the end of this, I want everybody to say that they're going to attend it because it's quite a lot of learnings. We have a lot of activity in Spanish-speaking countries, so we're actually going to do a webinar in Spanish, and we'll hold meetings where we actually do training meetings. We have ambassadors, we have role models, some amazing stories of women. Go to our website, have a look, and there's some super success stories. A couple of faces that you'll recognize here are part of that. And we're also going to look at launching a mentorship program. We also have Women of the Year Awards, which will launch in June. Our Woman of the Year for last year was a lady from Turkey, and our Young Woman of the Year, Steph Hennon, is from the USA. And this is an opportunity for you to either push yourself as Woman of the Year or nominate your colleagues, and we'll launch that during the webinar in June. I just want to touch briefly on national chapters. So, Women in LPG is led from our office in Paris, but myself and my colleague Nikki, we work remotely in France. Now, we can't do it all, so we rely, a bit like the associations network, we rely on our national chapters to do the work, because what happens in one geography is not necessarily the same that's needed in another. We currently have, I think, 10 national chapters in the US, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, South Africa, Nigeria, Poland, Myanmar, India, and Kenya. And we've got 2 new national chapters this year. I was in Mexico a few weeks ago, and we launched in Mexico. And Nikki and I are going to Morocco. I think our Moroccan colleagues have gone in a couple of weeks to launch Women in LPG in Morocco. So these national chapters are our sort of sense of pride and joy, because this is where the work gets done. And there is a national chapter for Kenya, which I'm going to shortly ask Vivian to tell you all about. So how do we make a national chapter work? And this is really for Vivian and her team, but we need to develop a core team. We need to disseminate the news so that everybody within the Kenyan industry knows that this exists. Raise awareness within your own company. Have those contacts. We need the contacts within the company so that we can add you to our network. You'll receive our newsletters and get involved with the networking. Nominate ambassadors. Ambassadors are people of this sort of, it's your boss, it's somebody who supports what you do, it's your mentor. We want to hear about these people. And propose role models. These are these exceptional women. This room is full of them. You've all got stories, right? We want to hear those stories. And finally, before we go into our discussion, is what can you all do? Engage with your company. Go back full of enthusiasm and say, I want to be part of this network, and I want you. If you all nominate 4 people, 4 women and men, this is not just a network for women. Use the network that you have. Attend the webinar. I'll ensure, if I get your contact details, that you get access to the webinar. It's all free. It's all free. Follow us on social media. We're on Facebook, Women in LPG. We're on Twitter. Join the webinars and nominate your amazing colleagues for the awards. That was the introduction. So now, who's heard of Women in LPG? Yeah, see, everybody. Success. We're very, very proud of this. And this is the first time I've been to all of our national chapters. It's the first time I've been to Kenya before, but I'm thrilled to be here because I think we haven't been able to travel because of COVID, but now that's all done with, hopefully. So that's my contact details. I'm going to now stop talking, and I'm going to ask Vivian, tell us, I'll come and join you on the stage, but tell us about, I know you're you're supporting the Kenyan chapter and you're managing it. We have a meeting every 2 months for all the national chapter heads when all these 10 women and their sort of their partners get together. Tell us your feelings and you know, what you want to do, how we can help you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Alison, for that introduction of the Global Women in LPG chapter. We have been very privileged to be the first country in East Africa to launch under the Global Women in LPG chapter. The East African Women in LPG Kenya chapter launched right in the middle of COVID. And so we have been having meetings about quarterly. We started off as a small team last year. Towards the tail end of 2021 last year, just about 10 women within the industry who I'm happy most are here and have been contributing quite a bit to the conversation. But the main objective of the Kenya chapter really is to provide a forum to support all the policy that is made by government, all the laws, all the standards in supporting women to convert to LPG from dirty fuels, and also empowering them, making sure they participate in the value chain. We believe that as women who are seated here, the women in this room, the women in the boardrooms, the women in policy making, have not only an obligation to just cascade all the decisions that are made in this forum downwards, but to all the other women who still may not have information on the benefits of using LPG. And from the conversations we've had from yesterday and today, we've actually been able to summarize that we really need to pass over the information of the harmful impacts more than even the benefits, because there are so many women out here who do not know. And the key objective of the Women in LPG Kenya chapter is reaching these women, reaching women in the informal sector, reaching all those women who are still using charcoal because probably they think it's cheap. So just debunking the myth, debunking the misconception that I cannot afford LPG. And I'm very happy that I've learned there's so many innovations that can make LPG accessible according to the size of any person's wallet, so you don't have to buy the full unit. And we are really looking forward to just passing all this information to women across the country. We have collaborated with the Ministry of Energy. I know Alison is looking at me like I'm hogging the mic. No, but we have been working very closely with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. We've had a lot of support with them giving us the access to the energy centers. If you're in Kenya, these are usually located in different counties. And we've worked so far with the Jamhuri Energy Center. We want to rope in the regulator because safety is important, and safety is one of the things that make some women and some users of LPG or non-clean fuels think that if I get a cylinder, it's going to explode. So we have to really just show them how safe it is to use. And I'm happy there are very many commitments that have been made in terms of illegal refilling, which will enhance safety on the cylinders. And also, we are going to work with other financiers, more so Stanbic. They're already doing some things with the Melinda Gates Foundation. They have committed their support, and we're very happy about that. We heard from the speaker earlier from Stanbic, who said they're going to hive off a bit of funding for education and sensitization. So all these are very interesting commitments that we are looking to rope ourselves into. And we look forward that by the time we come next year, we'll be talking about what we have done, and also getting all the women who are not within our network. We've gotten your contacts. So karibuni sana to the Women in LPG Kenya chapter.
Thank you. I think that deserves a round of applause, I think. I think, thank you so much. And I remember when we set up Kenya, and you're right, it was in the middle of COVID, and we have to get back to remembering that this is a network. It's a non-competitive network, and when we launch these, it's not, we get women from different organizations, and they're working together to share their experiences. So it's kind of like I hate the word journey, but it's like a personal journey. And the very first national chapter that we launched, because this is a sweet story, Nikki and I went to Bogota, to Colombia, and we had just 10 women. And these women were tough cookies. And it's a tough cookie place. And they all told their stories, and that's all that we did. And we had an interpreter because we don't really speak Spanish. And these ladies said they had some of I won't go as far as say abuse, but the challenges they'd had. They would come home at the end of the day in tears, and they had no one to talk to. And they said this network was the first time they'd been able to talk closed doors about the challenges they faced. So that's why the national chapters are important, and everyone is different. What we're doing in Kenya, I think, is fantastic. It comes down to a lot of what we've spoken about, education. What we do in the US is very different. It's all about women who are already in the industry and want to be mentored and go further. So it's a fascinating cross-section of the power of us in our industry. And I'll go to Hadi next, because Hadi, you're instrumental in the success of Win LPG South Africa, which has been going slightly longer. Tell us a little bit about the challenges that you see in South Africa and how Women in LPG has been developed.
Okay. I think I've spoken to many of you yesterday and today, but just for reintroduction, my name is Khadibulai Dihlabi. You can call me Khadi. I am the Managing Director of LPGSA. Just a little bit history of LPGSA. LPGSA was formed, I think, in 1987, and it has never had a female leader ever. And I'm the first. And coupled with that, the history of South Africa. Our industry is very white male dominated, so I happen to be the black first too. But coupled with that, when I was, it took 2 years for PEM, you saw there, and our then chairperson of LPGSA, CEO of Easy Gas, Galana Ruby's part of that, to convince me to come to LPGSA. And I was like, no. And like they will come, talk nicely, explain, and my answer was simple, no. And no explanation, no nothing for them. And having said that, I'm from a rural area where there is a lot of energy issues problems. And we are in that town where there is queues for LPG at the LPG plant. 2 kgs, 3 kgs, 6 kgs. I know also Elizabeth's view on that. But my hometown is one of the coldest areas in South Africa, the poorest areas in South Africa. We lack energy. We lack water. We pretty much lack everything. We used to be a thriving environment. History is there. And the next time when Pam, the other female MD or owner of a company, and the CEO of Easy Gas came to me, the 3 of them, and they said, please, come to LPGSA and lead LPGSA. And the first thing I thought about was my hometown. I didn't think about going in there for anything or anybody. I remembered their problems, and I thought my sister teaches me all the time, think about the benefits. And for me, the benefits was my hometown. So if I'm closer in there, I can get my hometown to get access quicker to LPG. And that's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about my mother. I was thinking about my neighbors that struggles to get LPG. And to their shock, I said, yes, I'll come. Just like that. And they were like, what? And I said, but then on one condition. And they said, what's the condition? I'm like, we're going to talk about transformation of that industry. We're going to talk about diversity. We will put a strategy or a policy about diversity and transformation. If you don't want that, and in my head I was thinking, oh, they better say yes, because my hometown is going to suffer. I'm not coming. And to my surprise, they said yes, immediately. And when an offer was made to me, with the revised strategy of the association, it did have a diversity and transformation agenda as a key element of it. And so when I got there, obviously, yes, my hometown is still always at the back of my head, but diversity agenda is number one. Women, I make no excuses about their growth in our industry and their participation in the industry. Young people, I just love young people because they are gutsy. And the more they are gutsy, the more they make me gutsy. And when I saw this room, I was so excited because I can see a lot of young people. I hope your African youth looks are not deceiving me. But I see a lot of young people. And when we speak about technologies and technology development in the industry, that's where I look out for young people. But at the same time, I know women are teachers, women are learners, and women will always learn from the youth. Faster, I'm sorry, men, I know some of you will, faster than men will. So that's how I came into this job, but that's how I continue, and many of our South African colleagues continue with women in LPG agenda within the country. We do not leave our youth behind, we go along with them. Let me stop here and not hog the space.
I think that's fantastic, thank you. Yeah. I should have, forgive me, Heidi, but South Africa is a leading light in, and this isn't, what I will say, this is not an anti-men thing at all. We need men, we need the support of our male colleagues as well as our female colleagues. But in South Africa, not only is Hadi the first female CEO of the association, Pam Inderjeeth is the first female chairperson of the association, and Pam Inderjeeth, who is our global chair, is also the first female CEO of Oryx Energies South Africa. So South Africa, you are leading the way, and like we said, let's see you here next year. Well, here does quite well with yourself and Wanjiku, I think. Let's turn to Vinny, because we don't have a chapter in Tanzania, where you hail from, but I think I managed to persuade that might happen. But tell us your experience, and do you think that having a chapter can help, just kind of act as a unifier, if you like, so there's a focal point?
Thank you, Alison. For me, I'm quite lucky because I'm going to be a member of 2 chapters, because for now I live in Kenya, but also we discussed, I think we're going to start a women's chapter in Tanzania. I think for me, who can tell our stories better than ourselves? Who can tell story better than women? So we get to be in this industry where it is true, it is male dominated. I'm also the first managing director, a female in my company, first ever. When I took on the challenge, actually I got an opportunity to be the managing director of Taifa Gas Uganda. I went to start off the company in Uganda, and I thought like, wow, this is quite a tall order. How am I going to do it? But I think oftentimes for us women, we doubt ourselves. We have bigger capability than what we give ourselves credit to. So I went to Uganda. Of course, I started right from scratch, dealing with the regulators, registration of companies, and for those of you who have been involved in that, the hassle that entails. But, I've done it. I've worked with tough men, but I'm also a tough woman. I might come out as a soft-spoken, but if you step on my toes, then you'll know. But otherwise, yes, it is good to be among the men. It is good to be challenged. So as women, to me, my call is we should not fear. There is nothing to fear. We are more than capable, to take on these roles. And as we take these roles, let us not forget to mentor the young girls and women who are coming in the industry. They should not be scared because you walk in a room, you walk in a boardroom, and you are the only female in the room. So again, I challenge us as leaders that we should not leave other young women and girls behind. Let us hold their hands and walk with them so that they get an opportunity to grow in the industry, that they're truly going to make a difference. And also, I believe we also have an upper hand when you link that to the product that we are working for in the LPG industry. Most of the decision makers when it comes to energy, it's women. We have access to women. I mean, when we're having the tea break, we're talking with Lucy. We can walk in chamas. How many men here can walk in chamas? Not so many. So we are having women groups, women having so many groups, social groups, that they are able to meet every now and then and contribute. And as women, if we're in the industry, we have an upper hand because, we can walk in, we can talk to the women the language that they'll understand and convince them to switch for the betterment of themselves and their families. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think we all need strong, passionate leaders like yourselves, and thank you for volunteering to be the National Chapter Coordinator for Tanzania. Does anybody have any questions about what they've heard or any comments or anything they'd like to add? Don't hear any, we've all gone quiet. So, who wants to be part of this network? Yeah. Hands up, who wants to be part of the network? You gentlemen as well? All right.
I think, Alison, we need to give a challenge to the men in the room because most of them, they work with women. How many are going to tell them about these chapters, women chapters in their organization? Then we can see the hands up. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at my colleagues from Vivo and Vital there because I know that they're going to be our next strong supporters when we go to Morocco next month. So I'm going to wrap up because I know that we could talk about this all day, and these are three incredible women with incredible stories and that echo probably everybody else in this room. We all need good leaders, right? And we've talked about how Hadi, you were talking about how you immediately increase the footprint in your village by becoming where you are. So just indulge us. What I'd like to finish on is we all must have those good leaders. I would like you each to tell me who has been your it could be a man, who was your best leader? Who is the person that you look up to for inspiration? Hadi, I'll start with you. I'll go the other way around.
I think for me, for different reasons, because I am quite a gutsy woman. It's my grandfather. My grandfather used to say, you're gonna decide what happens in your life. You're gonna make that decision all by yourself. I remember when I was 12, right? He tested us. He tested me in particular. Did something wrong, completely wrong, and you know that thing about respecting the adults, agreeing to everything that they say, and he completely did something wrong, tested me, and I don't know why I feared, because I was never raised in that environment of fearing, to be gutsy or to be bold in everything I do, and then I sort of went with the wrong path, the wrong choice, and needless to say, I was shamboked very hard. And when my grandmother asked him, why? I mean, you never, punish children. Why do you do that? Did you do that? She said, no, she knows I was wrong. But she made the wrong decision. So is this how she's going to go through her life, making the wrong decision? Because she fears authority. She fears somebody else who maybe has power over her or something. And for me, my grandfather, since that day, was the role model that I have. I mean, I have a lot of people that I look up to. I said I look up to young people. I work with a lot of young people. I look up to young people a lot because we don't give them enough credit, but we can learn so much from them. I don't know, I prepared something. I don't know if Alfred managed to sort it all out. And give me, apologies for taking your time. As one of the work that we do in our chapter in South Africa, we actually train women technicians to be gas installation technicians. And this program was started on 2021. Yes, in 2021. And we started with 6 women, and we are now in the second year running of it, where we are training the second batch of the women, which is 8 women, while Alfred is still preparing that video. But just to tell you, right here in the midst, we have Caroline, who has come and done the same training in South Africa. She can do the installations. She's gonna finish the second part of her training, she said, after our winter in South Africa. And she'll be able to be a guest technician. I heard that you like technicians that are trained in gas, electrical engineering, you name them, are more the ones that are doing the training, the installations. In South Africa, you have to be a guest technician. You have to be trained as such. And we developed that program. And I look up to these young girls so much, because one day doing exactly what I want to do. But well, I chose the other direction. I'm here now. But those are some of the people that I look up to. Are you struggling? Okay. So this is our first batch of the women who did the training. They literally are really even doing well in the industry as we speak. They are going to be their own business women. So I had a lot of differences about consider that, deliberately channeling that training to women on LPG. They can start their own small businesses. They can go and thrive and hire other people, hire either young people. We started with women. Eventually we will roll it out to young men, but we are now prioritizing young women. For those who don't know, that is a gas heater, a gas geyser. So that's, your normal electric geyser, that is a gas one. I heard that there isn't one. So we teach them how to do those installations in your own home, so that you heat your water rather than with electricity, but with gas. And these women, these young women do that, and they get taught that. And that's one of our very flagship programs that we are proud of as WIN LPG SA RSA chapter.
Thank you, Hadi. I think you're doing fantastic. And I know there's no sound on this, so we can keep it running in the background while we wrap up. And so from one self-proclaimed gutsy lady to another, Lenny, who's your inspiration?
I don't think I'll be fair if I credit that to one, but I've been lucky that I've come across so many people, in my family, but also in my work life, that have been truly inspired. Out is my grandma. I was so, surprised to hear also you talk your grandparents. I think these are the people that she had a really big impact on me. She was a very tough woman. So she's really inspirational, but alongside her, I've been lucky to come across so many people, along my work life that have been truly inspirational and truly role models in mentoring, me and, to where I am today. So, yeah.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, our Kenyan National Chapter Coordinator, your inspiration.
Yes, so I feel exactly like Veneranda here. It's very difficult to say one specific woman because as a start, all the women here, including the ones on this table, on this platform, are all sources of inspiration, and not just in the work life, but also personally, of course, our mothers, our grandmothers, the women we meet in church, in school. I think one thing, even that Wanjiku said, is that we're very organized, and we really know that, as she explained in the global WLPGA presentation, it's quite a challenge to get women in any space, particularly at the top level. So most of us support each other, and so I would say I owe it to every woman, not just in this room, but even the ones in our family, as sources of inspiration for me. I learn, I get inspired. I had conversation with Hadi yesterday, and she showed me these videos, and I was like, oh my goodness, we're not doing this in Kenya. We really need to also exchange ideas and lessons and see how we can get LPG to heat water, to heat our houses, and every day there's a woman who inspires me in a different way, and I really appreciate that. Just to close about the Kenyan Women in LPG chapter, we really are looking forward to having you all. For the men who are here, we look forward to you sharing the information about our chapter to the women within your spaces, a network. Our goal is to have 100 members by the close of this year. I don't think it's impossible, because yesterday I could count, like on the top of my head, about 50 women, and I know you have people you work with, so invite them. In collaboration with Vivo Energy, we are going to have a public education and sensitization drive with women in the Jamhuri Energy Center. It will come on the 15th of June. We'll issue out this invitation to yourselves. Please come and support us. It's just here in Nairobi, in Kibera area. Come and talk to these women. Some of them do not realize the impacts of LPG on their health, on their children's health. Let's do this all together. We owe it to them, the ones who are here, the ones who sit where decisions are made, to just cascade down all the information that we have in driving LPG usage, and in turn ensuring they're all healthy, and also just saving our environment. So thank you once again, Alison.
Thank you. So you heard it here first. Target 100 women members and men, and the first meeting on the 15th of June. So let's have a huge round of applause for Hadi, for Veni, and for Vivian for their stories and their contribution. It's now my pleasure to hand over to my colleague David Tyler to wrap up today. I think that we will be on time, more or less. Wants to take a picture?
Quick photo.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
So bear with us for a second while we have some photos.
Yeah, we'll be quick. Smile. Thank you. We'll leave the stage, Dave, and hand it over to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much to you all for that really interesting session on the role of women in our business. And yeah, 100 by the end of the year, very achievable, I think, for the Kenyan chapter. And good luck with that. I think you're halfway there already by the sounds of things. So sincere apologies from Wanjiku, who's been dragged away to a meeting, so she can't close this event. This, for me, has been a real pleasure to come back. The last time I was here was in 2019, and yeah, it's been a while, and there's so much you can do on Zoom and MS Teams, but it's really nice to meet people again, and it's a pleasure to do that with Alison as well. So, just a quick sum up. We heard this morning, we talked about financing of the business, and we had discussions with bankers, and we heard about the need to avoid idle assets. We've got a very capital-intensive business. So when we invest in assets, we want to make sure that they're properly used, they're used to the full, and we want to make sure that nobody else is using them either. So we heard about the need for a level playing field and cutting out the illegal practices that not only destroy the business, but they destroy investment. Investors will not come into countries, as we said earlier, if there's illegal practices going on. So it's in all our interests to stop that. And we had a discussion with Ghana, with Tanzania, about some of the ways in which we can do that. The most important thing is to have sound regulation and standards in place, but probably much more important than that is to have the need for strongest enforcement of those standards and regulations. And where people are not complying, we need to have heavy penalties to make sure that they do comply. Now, we're not talking about killing people, as was mentioned earlier on. We're talking about making sure that we maintain that level playing field. This afternoon we talked about the wealth creation and the opportunities for women and youth in our industry, and that's so important. And if we think about what we heard about over the previous 2 days, the role of digitalization and making this business smarter is probably as important now as it's ever been. And to do that effectively, we're going to have some bright young minds in our industry, and that really ties in well with that last discussion we had. So, thank you all for sticking to the end of day 2. We have a day 3. It's a workshop which will be held here, which I'm running, and I believe we have some registrations for that workshop. There is a small fee involved. I think Alfred will sort that out with you. But these workshops we've had in the past have been extremely valuable. We don't have a lot of people normally. We have between 10 and 20 people, but we can interrogate issues in some depth, and we share experiences. So if you're interested in coming to that, then please see Alfred behind me in the pink shirt. Big thanks to PIEA for organising this event finally, once again, on the ground in 2023. And a big thank you to the sponsors, to the exhibitors outside. If you haven't had a chance to look at the exhibits, please do so before you leave. And to all our supporters of the event. The only other thing I can say is have a safe trip back, whether you're traveling within Nairobi, Kenya, or overseas. And on the way out, you might be asked to say a few words on camera about how you felt about the last 2 days. So please be frank and open. And I wish you a safe journey home, and thank you very much indeed for coming. Thank you.
So there is some tea outside. Kindly make sure you have a cup of tea as we have some interviews outside. Thank you.
petrol station can be a challenge. From lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge. From lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge. From lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge. From lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt controller integrates seamlessly with your pumps, tanks, and payment terminals and provides in-depth reports, ensuring complete visibility into sales, operations, wet stock and inventory management, consumer behavior, and promotions. This data generated by the forecourt controller can provide valuable insights that can help you make more informed decisions about your operations. You can control and adjust fuel prices for all your pumps at once and check how much fuel you have left in the tanks from one central point, reducing labor costs. Enjoy easy reconciliation by integrating the PIEA-WLPGA Smart POS with the forecourt controller. All fuel dispensing activities will be linked to a specific payment done, ensuring minimal revenue loss through fraud. Your corporate customers will enjoy a fleet management system with vehicle tagging that automates invoice generation, building trust and driving up your business. The PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, the future of forecourt management. Forecourt management at your petrol station can be a challenge. From lost fuel to untraceable payments. With the PIEA-WLPGA forecourt management solution, you can monitor your entire forecourt operations from anywhere in the world. The